Welcome back to Nintagious. I might need to adjust my camera a little bit. That does look a little off, doesn't it? Here. That's better. I think I bumped it when I was getting everything set up. Hope everybody's doing well. Alright, we're gonna jump into some Mario Golf. I think it's been like 3 weeks. 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I don't know. It's been a while. And I've been kinda hankering for it a little bit. YouTube's doing that bullshit again where it's sending me notifications for people that I don't have notifications going for, so that's fun. I'm gonna have to go in and, like, make sure I turn off notifications, because, you know, sometimes people are, like, live in the middle of the day, and, like, that's fine. It's nothing against them, but it's like, I can't catch those streams. Sending me a notification is pointless. Anyway, I think what I was planning on doing, although I see JMT's here now, I was thinking about trying to hunt these last few birdies I need. Hold on, one of my fingernails is all jagged. I need to address that. I should have done it before I turned the camera on, or turned the microphone on, but what can you do? I was a little scatterbrained and kind of forgot to do it. But I think I'm going to do that before we start. I only need 4 birdies to get the challenge achievement medal, called medals, for getting a birdie on every hole. I was gonna just let them happen naturally, but one in particular gives me trouble every single time. So I think I'm just gonna go do it. And probably just gonna do the other ones too, if I can. If I can manage. Why not, right? I'm pretty sure you can do, like, just one hole at a time, can't you? I think there's a way to do that. Is it in solo challenge? I think this is how I'd want to do it. No, because you have to do all 18 holes there. Pretty sure there's a way to do only one hole. Maybe there isn't. Also, that's what she said. Hold on. It takes somebody powerful for the one. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do just one hole. How do you do it? I forget now. Is it in solo challenge? No, because it specifically says 18 holes here. I don't think this is it. Okay, never mind, because I don't remember how to do it. So I think we're just gonna... We're gonna not. I do not... I'm pretty sure there's a way to just say, I want to go practice this one hole, and I just don't remember how to do it. So I'm gonna have to figure that out before we can do anything. So never mind, I'll just start the, I'll start the room up instead. That's right. I really wish it remembered settings. So I'm parched. Okay, that's open. How you guys doing? Riley, JMT. Anyone else that might be about anywhere? It's good to have you. As I said, I hope everyone's doing well. It's actually been a while since I've been on YouTube. I put in a bunch of Twitch nights working on the Wily Wars speedrunning, and I actually got a banger of a PB last night. So I'm probably going to be giving that a little bit of a break now, because I think my goal was to get the full 4-game run. I think I had like a 217, and then I knocked it down to a 213, and then I was like, I think I'd like to get it under 210, but I don't know if that's possible. And then I knocked it down to 211, and then the run last night I crushed all the way down to like 208.30 or something crazy like that. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to top that in the foreseeable future. I still made some mistakes, so I can do better, but it's an exhausting run. It's like it's just over 2 hours. And especially if you have a night like I did last night where I had to reset Mega Man 1 multiple times to get a good run going, that's especially exhausting. You don't... Like, resetting runs like that, I hate doing. It feels really bad. I think those runs are kind of better as crowd pleasers. As like, hey, I'm gonna do all this stuff in one sitting. Isn't that amazing? As like as a speed run that you grind out, I don't think it's as good. It just takes too damn long, and I don't have that kind of time. Like Riley knows. Riley was there laughing his ass off. After resetting Mega Man 1, like what the third time, I was like, I can't. I'm wasting my time right now. Like I have other things I could be doing. So like when the runs are that long, resets really hurt. But I'm gonna keep it going. But Twain and I are gonna race it next week. At least that's the plan. After that, I think I might give it a little bit of a break. I did submit it to the leaderboards. I don't think it was approved yet. Which is a little strange, because when I submitted the individual runs, those were submitted by, like, the next morning. Like, within a couple of hours. But hey, whatever. There's only 3 people on the leaderboard. Like, even if you were to combine console and emulator, there's like 4 people that run the full game. Like, in one sitting. Not a lot of Wily Wars runners. So on that note, I kind of want to make it like a mainstay, just because it's like, it's not a game a lot of people are playing. Which is cool, because I've either gotten people on Twitch who are like, have played it before, and they're like, hey, it's awesome to see somebody playing it, or people who have never played it before, and they're like, what the hell is this? It's been pretty cool. So I see that my hair is a mess, so I'm trying to adjust that while we chill for a couple minutes. Hey, Blue, how's it going? Yeah, I got your message when I got up, I think, that you said you'd be ready earlier. Which is spectacular. That means we can take off. I think, Theo said he won't be available till like 10:30, I think. Which characters do I have tonight? Rosalina, Chargin' Chuck, Toad, Pauline, Koopa Troopa, and Toadette. Did you get your Shy Guy colors yet, Blue? Or not yet? I'm assuming not, because I assume you'd be playing the blue one if you had. Yeah, I'll go with Toadette. I have 2 uses of Toadette, so whatever. No, you don't understand. Let's put, let's put Wiggler back in. Yeah, sure. That'll do. And we'll start with Ridge Rock. We'll just go down the list, baby. It has been long enough that I have to remember, like, what all the settings were. We do 6 holes, right? We didn't... What are you waiting for? They're, like... The prime colors? Oh, that's not the right way of putting it. But it's, like, it's just blue, right? And I'm a little bit more... I prefer... Once they add in, like, a second set of colors, that's when we'll get, like, the sky blue, and I'm a little bit more of a fan of those. Ready? Okay. So I did put in a little bit of practice since I played, to get the ranked rewards, but... that was, like, I don't know, less than a dozen matches, so... And honestly, I did pretty poorly, so I don't think it was great practice. Check it. Check it. Check it. And check it. Wow, this is a little bit of deja vu, isn't it? God, I forgot I have a 4 under handicap. What the shit? jumping back into racing, Riley, but it's not 9 o'clock on the dot. You missed your window. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun. I told you this the other night. I'm not meaning to make fun of you for it. I'm meaning to make light of it, in hopes that it will help you take it less seriously. Because that's helped for me. I just laugh at myself when I'm like, yeah, this is ridiculous, but I gotta do it. When I was organizing my, my storage boxes in Pokemon Legends and trying to put everything in order by Pokedex number and put all of the unknowns in different orders, in the correct order, I was, like, laughing my ass off the whole time. I was like, I'm a fool. Why am I doing this? But it had to be done. And hey, I'd say it was worth it, because now when I need to find a Pokemon, I can actually find it. Before that, it was just kind of like, I guess I don't have one, I'll have to go catch another one, and then I'd catch another one and be like, oh, I already had 3 of them. Didn't have to do that. Also, the camera's still a little off-center. I'll have to fix that in a minute. Part of it is because I pivot a lot. Like, depending on the game I'm playing. So, it's just an inevitable issue. Pitch it a little bit harder here.
Nice shot.
It's so weird, but the camera tripod, like,
Nice
glides on this surface better. It makes it easier to reposition than it was on my old desk. Don't know what the difference is, but it works. What doesn't make me a fool? Oh, organizing the... You feel like a fool, though, don't you? But then, like, the satisfaction tends to pay out. That's another thing that I was talking to you about with, like, the controllable variables versus the uncontrollable variables. I've found that the ones that are uncontrollable, you could try all you want to make sure they land exactly where you want, but I'll often find that unsatisfying anyway. That was an interesting shot. I mean, it worked for him. I'm glad for him, I guess. On the other hand, with the Pokedex or the storage system organization, that was worth it, because now I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, ah, I know where everything is. It's very satisfying. And it's in control now. It won't get out of control due to the way I set it up. My putting game is really bad right now. Judging by my ranked play. No! Stream's over. I'm getting out of here. That's, I'll see you guys next time. We'll play this again in, like, 2 weeks. I'm gonna be off tomorrow, but, Sunday we'll be back for some Monster Hunters, so... Unfortunately, when I streamlined some parts of the layout, I did get rid of the just kidding image, so I wasn't able to drop that. Sorry, Blue. It had been so long since I'd used it that I was like, I'm just gonna get rid of this. Man, that was almost a beautiful bird. And then it wasn't. Feels bad. And then, yeah, Riley, I put in another, like, 2 or 3 hours of Monster Hunter last night after I finished streaming. I'm getting in there. I'm back in the groove. I'm gaming. I think there was one monster that gave me a problem last night. And it was fucking Mizutsune. That guy's an asshole. I'm looking forward to getting back to the Crash Course. I'm looking forward to doing some multiplayer nights, hopefully. We will, as I said, I was joking when I said the stream's over, of course, but I wasn't joking about the schedule. I am planning on being off tomorrow. Eno and I actually have to put in some time on Deep Rock.
Nice shot.
Which, Deep Rock might come back at some point, because I think Season 2 is, like, on the horizon. I think the new season is happening this month, so that'll probably come back once that happens. Unless I decide to just move it to Twitch, which maybe? I don't know. I'm really hesitant about, like, I definitely don't want to move everything to Twitch. And I also don't want to overwhelm Twitch, because I do think it's productive for a growing channel to kind of, like, focus, and not just be, I'm gonna do 72 different things. I think that will typically be off-putting to viewers. So I don't want to just move everything over there. I'm actually liking right now, I feel like Twitch is more, it works better for playing multiple games in one stream. So far I've been like, oh, I'll do a speedrun and then I'm going to pivot and I'm going to play something else. And I think that's been working pretty well. But anyway.
Nice shot.
Sunday we're going to get back to the Monster Hunter Crash Courses, finally. We have 2 weapons left to learn. The heavy bowgun and the gun lance. So this week will be the heavy bowgun. And we'll see how it works. When I've been playing it off stream, I've basically just gone out into expeditions and just I worked my way down my weapon list. Like I started at Charge Blade, I went out and killed a couple monsters. That is unfortunate. Then I switched to the next weapon, went out, killed a couple monsters. Switched to the next weapon, went out, killed a couple monsters. Mostly trying to decide, what weapons do I want to use in... Was he also gonna hit the cloud? The fuck was that? Anyway. And some of the things I noticed is, one, I don't think I'm that good at the Charge Blade. I think I might outright suck with the Charge Blade, and therefore I might consider switching to another weapon. Something else I noticed is I like the bowgun. I like the way the light bowgun plays, and I suspect I'll like the way the heavy bowgun plays. But I hate managing ammo. It's stupid. And the sad thing is that it's gotten better. It's significantly better than it has been in previous Monster Hunters. Like, they've added quality of life things that makes it better, but it's still just tedious and awful, and I don't like it. Are you fucking kidding me? What? CPU coded hot, I see. Boom. Anyway. Random question, worst and best ice cream flavor? I love random questions like that. It is one... I know this isn't what you were asking, but this is what I'm going to talk about, because I do love random questions like that. It's one of the few things that I actually really like about Twitter, is that almost every day, someone will make a post that'll be like... There was one that was like, what was your first Pokemon generation? What was your favorite? What was the last one you played? What is the one that you really didn't like? And it just gets people talking about stuff, right? And I think it's really cool. Sometimes there's one right now that is going around about, like, cartoons from the last, like, decade. And they phrased it in a way that was like, if you could destroy one of these shows, which one would it be? And it's like, that's just, like, inviting discourse, right? That's just inviting somebody to be like, fuck this show that other people really like. I'm gonna make people mad. Whereas the other ones are like, hey, which one of these shows is your fit? Which one of these shows would you save? And that gets people talking about, I like this show because this reason. So it's like, you know, it's supposed to be phrased correctly. I thought that was not gonna... I thought I hit it too hard. But anyway, I like stuff like that, honestly. I think once upon a time, and with how I talk about streaming and viewers in general, I'll mention that I'm not a big fan of viewers where, like, I'll be sitting here playing a game, there's like 12 people in chat all talking about the game, and then one person is like, pineapples or sausage, and you're like, what does that have to do with anything at all? So you'd probably think that I wouldn't like random questions like that.
Ready?
I guess it depends on the context. In this particular instance, I was just rambling about Monster Hunter and the perks of YouTube versus the perks of Twitch and scheduling in general, so it was probably welcome. But anyway. I hope that's hard enough. It might not be hard enough. I don't think that's hard enough. It is not hard enough. Fuck. Alright, don't do what I did, kids. As for your actual question, I actually don't eat a lot of ice cream. Every now and then I'll get on an ice cream kick, where I'm just like... Get me like a gallon of ice cream, and I'm just gonna eat the whole fucking thing in a week. Just every now and then I'm just like, yo, I want some fucking ice cream. But it's like only once a year. It doesn't happen very often. And I feel like, as with most things, I don't think I can really say best and worst. Because different people have different flavors, right? Or different tastes, rather. Makes more sense. So I can only say, like, my favorite versus my least favorite. I used to really like cookie dough, now I think it's boring, to be honest. My go-to now is mint chocolate chip. I'm a mint chocolate chip guy. A couple of years ago, I, on a whim, tried cotton candy ice cream and thought it was fucking banging. And I still do, but it's, like, kind of hard to find. It doesn't... They don't make it super often. But I still think it's good. Wow, that did not curve at all. I can enjoy a sherbet every now and then. One of the few things that I actually miss about where I lived in Virginia is there was an ice cream place literally less than a minute away by foot. Probably even less than that. It was probably less than 30 seconds. It was, like, right around the corner. And they were the type of place that had, like 3 dozen different flavors. So I would just, like, I'm gonna try something new. Except for, like, that one time where they were like, we have cotton candy. And I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Give me the cotton candy. But otherwise, I would be like, yeah, I'll take a raspberry sherbet. Fuck it. Bring it on. I like raspberry. And I think usually I liked it. I don't think there was any one that I was like, oh man, I regret getting this one. Maybe Rocket Fuel. There was one that was called Rocket Fuel that was, I think it was dark chocolate with cinnamon and jalapenos. And it was actually better than I expected it would be, but I wouldn't get it a second time. Get bullied about liking mint chocolate chip by your family? Well, they don't have any taste, clearly, so... I used to be pretty into, Mud Tracks? Is that what it's called?
Ready?
The one that has, like, fudge, like, vanilla fudge swirl and peanut butter. I'm not a big fan of peanut butter anymore, though. I kind of got to a point with peanut butter where I was just like, I think I've had enough for, like, potentially the rest of my life. Like, it's not that I dislike it, but I'm just kind of like, I'll pick other options, like, 99% of the time.
Nice shot.
Oh, man. That is still unfortunate. Alright, you're fine. That could have gone wrong in so many ways. I don't think I've ever had Rocky Road. I don't think I even know what's in it. I'm pretty sure it's nuts, though, right? I'm not a big fan of nuts and desserts in general. So, that was the first thing that came to mind when Blue said worst and best ice creams, and I was like, worst is anything with nuts, because I don't like nuts in ice cream. Some people fucking love nuts, though. That's what she said. He said, I don't know. Funny haha out of context. Yeah, some people are all about that. I'm not. Get that shit out of my ice cream. You hate to see it. Alright, now I have to not do it. I'm just gonna have to aim for the green. Or the fairway. I'm never gonna make the green from here. Because I'm a tiny lass that doesn't have that kind of power. But we're still gonna let the big dog eat.
Nice shot.
Fuck me. Oh, God. Don't try and copy your dumb gen? What do you mean? For what? What did I say? That is to say, yeet copium. Bat chest. Poggies. I don't know. I only know Twitch chat. Twitch talk. That sounds like you need to get a new lobby, Riley. That guy sounds like a motherfucker. Oh, no, I think... I kind of want to say my generation started that, but it probably started before that, too. You definitely... Your guys definitely didn't invent it. I think it's hilarious. Sometimes. Sometimes. I do think it's annoying where whenever you say, like... Whenever you're talking and the word "but" is in your sentence, and people like, and you just kind of you're just talking, but you know, and then people are like, haha, you said "but." That's just stupid. Like, yeah, people need to shut the fuck up. Like, that's just annoying. But I guess it's as a streamer, I have to acknowledge when I'm saying something that just sounds weird out of context. And I guess I would rather say it myself than have somebody else do it. I think it's funnier when I point it out, where it's, like, cringy when chat does it. You know what I mean?
Nice approach.
So I don't give them the chance, I just do it myself.
Nice approach.
I think my favorite is when it doesn't fully match up. Like when you say, like, oh man, that was really tight, that's what she said. Which is like, that's free, right? That's really easy. But then sometimes it'll be like, you can sneak it in there and you're like, does that even make sense? And that's when it's really funny, I think. Which is hard to come up with. Oh, hard to come up with an example for, but
Birdie.
you know what I mean. You're gonna have to pick one, Blue. Is it that you have a war against, or is it puns? Can't be both. You're gonna have to surrender one of them. Hole are we on? 4. Okay. Yeah, James, you got robbed. Also, hey Charlie, how's it going? After your hiatus, that's quite a hiatus. It's been several months.
Nice birdie. Nice birdie.
My rock is bigger than your rock, and they said that's what she said. Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, it does dance on that line that's like... It would have been funnier if you said it. Does that make sense? But that just sounds like they say that to everything.
Ready?
Where you're just talking about ice cream, and you're like, I like mint chocolate chip. That's what she said. It's like, that's not a punchline. At that point, you're just inserting a punchline. To be honest, most of your friends are probably too goddamn young to even understand how that's what she said works. I think you have to be of a certain age, and you have to... Your brain has to be a certain degree in the gutter to really make it work. At your age, they're probably just throwing it out and just hoping it works, and not understanding why it works. Which is going to lead them doing to stuff like that, which is just going to be like, that's not even a punchline. The best thing I can think of is I have heard, but not very often, I've heard, like, balls be referred to as rocks. Not very often. But even then, that doesn't make sense in the context, because why would she say that? She can't compare on that, so it still doesn't work. It's still like, what? Shut up.
Nice shot.
It's very delicate, for sure. And yeah, it sounds like your friends just say it just to say it. They think just saying it is funny. They don't look at the context of what is this the counter to? They're just saying it and being like, haha, it's that thing they say on The Office. Which is like, do kids your age even watch The Office? So...
Nice shot.
I kind of don't like this hole. That's what she said. See? That's that's how you do it. No, not like this. Not like this. Hold on. I'm working on it. There's a tornado right there. This is a bit of a problem. Let's, I don't know how this is gonna work, so we're just gonna go. That'll do. That'll do. I don't think there are any bunkers in this stage. See, I guess this is actually a good example, because when you're playing golf and the goal is to get it in the hole, you're going to be saying a lot of things that have the word hole in them. It would be very easy to just start saying that's what she said to literally everything. And eventually that's gonna wear thin. You gotta pick your moments. There is a bunker back there.
Great.
What are you doing? This is either gonna work and be amazing, or it's gonna be amazing. Okay, that's fair. You probably should have banked it at the end there, but... Or not. That works too, I guess. What is with the AI tonight? He do be making some plays.
Nice shot.
Now, there hasn't been any updates, so... As much as I wish there were. God, this game needs more updates. It's still so much fun, it's just I want that trickle of content.
Nice shot.
Skirt.
Nice on.
I think I have all the ranked skins. I almost panicked because... Was it last month's that was Luigi's? I almost thought that I forgot to get that. But I did get it. So I think I have them all. When March 1st hit and I was like, oh, there's new golf skins. Shit, did I get last month's golf skins? I think I did though.
Nice approach.
Yeah, 30 whole... That's why they call it... That's why they say 4? Try to keep up. Sweet raspberry lemonade nectar. I'm not gonna huck that in the recycling, so I'm probably gonna miss. No, you need to move. What?
Flag shot. Birdie.
I respect what you did there. It may not have worked, but I respect it. I don't respect that.
Birdie.
She almost dropped it in the hole. That's what she said! Alright, I'll stop. Oh, man.
Nice birdie.
I'm just waiting for Blue to be like, where's the STFU? It's coming, I can feel it. There it is, because there it is, because she's not moving.
Nice birdie.
Ah. Sweet nectar.
Nice par.
Excuse me.
Nice par.
One more, right?
Ready?
It's funny, like I said, I feel like that's what she said just gets funnier the dirtier your mind is. You'd think that wouldn't be the case, because somebody who thinks everything is dirty, it's gonna get old after a while, right? But when they can make something dirty that isn't that dirty, I think that makes it significantly funnier. This is unfortunate. Whereas whenever you say the word balls, they're like, ha 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 ha. That's like just unimaginative, like normcore dirty, right? you said butt. It's like that gets old after a while. Wiggler is kind of being a big jerk. You're not wrong. But also, I think you're just jealous that Wiggler's not in Mario Kart 8, and you should be. It's an amazing character pick. This roster is like half the size of Mario Kart 8, and it's still a better roster than Mario Kart 8. Don't at me.
Great.
I mean, you can at me if you want to. I don't care, but you know, that's the joke. Boing. Are there any characters in Mario Kart 8 that I wish were in this game? Is Lakitu in Mario Kart 8? He would have been kind of neat, I think.
Nice shot.
That's the only one I can think of. Is Birdo in... Birdo's not in Mario Kart 8, right?
Nice on.
There's so many characters that you would assume are in Mario Kart 8, but they're not. It's really fucked up. Because they had to waste a third of the roster on fucking Koopalings. And babies. That's why I'd overall say that this roster is just better. Is because it's lacking that bloat.
Nice on.
I can think of characters from other Mario Kart games that, like Petey Piranha.
Needle.
What are you doing? See, now he's doing that bullshit where he's like, I'm already 2 under. I don't need to be better than this. Jerk.
Birdie.
Like he too is in that game. That would have been a cool character in this, I think. Oh, no, not like this.
Birdie.
Not like this. Oh, what are you doing? That was the AI, right? I don't want to freak out if that was one of you guys doing that. I'm pretty sure that was the AI, though. And fuck them, because that was bullshit. Just beat us. Do it, bitch. What's wrong with you? It's so insulting that the AI is, like, capable of beating us, and they're just kind of like, nah. I could beat you if I wanted to, but, you know, I just don't really want to that much. Get fucked, asshole! I don't think they realize how insulting that is.
Nice par.
Dick-ass motherfucker.
Nice par. Nice par.
See, look, you could have beaten Blue, Wiggler. You could have done it. But you were just like, nah. I just don't want it that badly. Fucking sandbagging pussy. Alright, I'm gonna stop being mad about it, I promise. hey guy, how's it going? Snooki, Mario, and Cat Peach are stupid. Yeah. It's funny, like, you can go back and watch some of the recorded episodes that Eno and I did of the original Mario Kart 8. And probably about 50% of that was me just bitching my eyes out. It's not how that saying goes, but I don't care, it works. Over how bad the roster was. And at one point I made the joke of, like, they're gonna add, like, Ice Luigi and Cat Toad. What were the other ones? Peach, but she has her hair down today. WarioWare Wario. And, like, I meant it to be parody, but then they added Tanuki Mario and Cat Peach, and I was like, I'm a game designer now. Like, I can do this shit. I'm still mad about it. At least I didn't pick Mario. I did pick Peach, but at least I didn't pick Mario. Yeah, we have the spot open. Password is 1386, as it usually is, but it has been a while, so. Yeah, like, even Metal Mario I was okay with. Metal Peach is, like... I think it very much became a thing after... I think with Smash Brothers, it became... Because Smash was so... It's not the one that popularized clones in fighting games. But I feel like it was more controversial for Smash to have clone characters. And people would always try to throw out the, well, it's better to have that than to have no characters. No! I'd rather have no characters than Pink Gold Peach. 100%. I would rather have that be an empty slot. Not exaggerating at all. I would rather that there was just no character there. Baby Rosalina, get that fucking bullshit out of here. Like, no. I would have preferred just a blank slot. I probably would have complained because it would have triggered my OCD that the roster wasn't, like, evenly spaced across the character select screen. But you know what? If that's the alternative, like, I've come to terms with it. Even with this game's roster, like, I feel like this roster is small. I feel like this game really needs more updates, and I'm very upset that they're probably not going to give us any more. But, would I take this over them starting to add shit like Baby Peach and Pink Gold Peach and Boomerang Rosalina? And yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'd rather the roster be smaller and better. Like, absolutely. If they came to me and said, the choice is yours. We can double the roster size, but they're all just gonna be skins for existing characters, I'd tell them absolutely not. No. No. Like, the only thing we're adding is all 7 Koopalings. Baby Mario, Baby Luigi, Baby Peach, Baby Daisy, Baby Rosalina, and then, like, 4 metal characters, I'd be like, nah, get that shit out of here. Nope, I'd rather nothing. I'm gonna do Koopa Troopa. Back it up, I forgot I had colors. Let's do the yellow one. That's not bad. I don't hate it. So I did lose that last one, so I did lose a Toadette. So, thanks, Blue. Now I can't play Toadette anymore. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, it's been so long, I have no idea what your handicap was, Charlie, so you're just gonna be starting over.
Ready?
Honestly, were we even keeping score the last time you played? We might not have been doing that yet, so... Skirt. Like, if you think the Mario Kart 8 roster is bad, and don't think it could get any worse, go play Mario Kart Tour on mobile. And take a look at that fucking roster, and you will see how bad it can get. Now, at least that game is like... I know this doesn't make much sense when I say it, but work with me here. At least that game's a gacha game, so you're not meant to unlock all of the characters. So it kind of makes a little bit more sense. Blue, you need to go get your Shy Guy colors. I'm very upset that you're not rocking a blue Shy Guy right now. You've had 4 days. And you're a child. You have all the time in the... Do you realize how often I find myself wishing I still had the amount of free time that I did in high school? You like the red Shy Guy bet? I'm gonna unmod you. This blasphemy cannot stand. Or rather, I won't stand for it. Whatever, you know what I mean. I'm actually a little afraid that I'm not going to make it over this guy. I'm going to have to, like, bank it up, I think. Oh, I'm fine. I overreacted. In fact, I might have fucked myself by going too high. Now we'll be fine. We're fine. We can make that work. There isn't a white Shy Guy yet. It's red, blue, yellow, green. Just the basic colors. Unfortunately. Because I'd prefer, like, the light blue. Do we even have a second set of colors for Yoshi yet? I'm not sure. Come to think of it. I never play as Yoshi. So, you know.
Nice song.
That's the weirdest. I didn't fully explain that when you first said it, Riley, I guess, but I think that's the weirdest flex for somebody that's playing Mario Kart to refer to themselves as Babe Ruth. It's like, did you get that somewhere? Like, did you see someone else do it and you were like, that's funny, I'm gonna do it? I'm very curious, because that's just like the strange... It's so weird. I love it, though. Don't get me wrong. Oh, I was gonna say that I never play Yoshi because I have his Superstar Clubs. That's a lie. I don't have his yet. Thought I did. It's from a rap song. So do you even know who that is? It's fitting, because we're playing golf right now, so, you know. Sports.
Birdie.
One of the only golfers to give Wayne Gretzky a run for his money. In my opinion. I was gonna say what else?
Not shipping.
What aside from being a baseball player, but honestly, I don't really know what he did either. Just that he was a good baseball player. So, it's fine. That's good enough. I'll allow it. This is a bad start for me.
Nice par.
Gray Snake, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, by the way. I know they added the one color. I was asking if they added a second set. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Hey, Theo, how's it going? So, Blue, I think what we could do, because we actually have, like, a lot of people
Nice par.
that want to play at the moment, you could probably step out and go get your Shy Guy colors if you wanted to. Since I'm probably going to have to inevitably ask for people to rotate anyway. Yeah, I saw they put the Kirby demo out. I've already pre-ordered it, though, so I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to... Like, I'm already getting the game, so I'll just wait and play it myself. That's one of those games where I'm like, I didn't necessarily need a demo. But they do typically put Kirby demos out, so...
Nice shot.
Definitely have to get... I have to finish Pokemon Legends before Kirby comes out. That's not till the end of the month, though, right? It's like the 28th or something like that. 25th, 28th? Somewhere around there. That's Friday and Monday, so it's one of those. Probably Friday.
Nice shot.
So I have to finish Pokemon Legends. I'm gonna finish the Kimura Crash Course. We're gonna have 94 Robot Masters for the streamiversary. I guess that's worth pointing out since there's a pretty strong collection of viewers here at the moment that, not this coming Monday, but next Monday will be the channel anniversary. I'm gonna do 94 Robot Masters again. It's Mega Man 1 through 11.
Nice shot.
Just the Robot Master stages. It's not really a speed run. I will time it, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a speed run because it's gonna be like 6 hours or something. And then, yeah, the Crash Courses are going to come back on Sundays. Which I guess for those that didn't know what that was a series I made in Monster Hunter Rise with the goal of learning all of the weapons. The goal is to make a new save file, pick a new weapon, and in one stream, get to Magnum Alo and defeat him. We did all but 2 of them. Heavy Bowgun and the Gun Lance. And now that I've been getting a real strong Monster Hunter itch, I'm gonna get back to those and finish them. And then we're probably gonna do some multiplayer streams too. I think when I looked at add-on content and downloaded all the event quests that we've been not doing, I think there were like 4.5 pages of new quests. We have a lot of shit to catch up on. So I'll probably do that after the crash courses. Probably the week after, if I had to guess. No, not like this. No, waste area, so that... Okay, that wasn't out of bounds. I'm gonna play it safe. I don't trust myself. And I can't make it to the green anyway, so...
Nice shot.
I only say it's not really a speed run because I am going to allow myself breaks, basically. If I were taking it seriously as a speed run, then I would say we're doing it in one sitting, but... Whoa, Blue's losing her mind. Why are there that many chicken emotes? What the fuck? That's unfortunate. Like, that's a lot.
Nice shot.
I need to, like, not have my phone up over there, because it's gonna fall off. Do I need to charge this, come to think of it? No, we're fine. Slight. Here, and...
Nice shot.
Ooh, it was a little too hard. Okay,
Nice.
backspin saved me. Honestly, I expect this 94 row up Masters to go worse than the one we did at Christmas. Because of the fact that I went so hard on the Wily Wars speedruns over on Twitch. And the game physics are just different. Like, I think it's just not gonna go as well. I think it's gonna be tough to adjust to the other games. Unless I make time to, like, practice them. Which I might, I don't know. Are you still playing against that 46,000 rating guy, Riley, or did you bail on that one? You should have. I mean, on the other hand, if you beat him, you're gonna get a lot of fucking points. And if you lose to him, you're probably not gonna lose a lot of points. So... might be worth the struggle. That's unfortunate.
Pin shot.
Nice shot, but it sent you really far away. Oh, you lost connection from the 46,000 guy. Fuck that guy. It's fine. It hurts every time.
Birdie.
I'd never get numb to it. I don't think that's hard enough. Almost. If it would have been a little bit harder or a little bit more to the right, it would have been fine. Yeah, we only just started this one. We're not too far in. It's so unfortunate, like... I've been looking forward to this, and I'm already having fun, but... And I said this last night, too. Riley will remember this. I don't know if you were there when I started playing Vampire Survivors last night. I wanted to play Vampire Survivors, too, because there was a new update, and I was like, yeah, I want to play this. But I was also like, dude, I want to hunt some monsters. The itch came back, like, so abruptly, and now I'm just like, the only thing I want to do is play Monster Hunter. It was really weird. I don't even know what triggered it. Because as I mentioned last night, I was, Rather, they haven't told us, like, anything about the expansion. We don't know anything about that shit. I think we know 3 monsters. That's it. They've been real quiet. So it's not like they released a trailer and I was like, yo, I gotta get back into Monster Hunter. It was just one night I was kind of like, dude, I kind of want to play Monster Hunter. This hole was rough. On everybody.
Ready?
Oh man.
Nice shot.
Keep in mind the crash courses I've been talking about are going to be all single player. Just so, I mean, first of all, if you're getting it tomorrow, you're not going to be like in range to play multiplayer that quickly anyway. There's a lot of shit to learn in Monster Hunter, so just make sure not to make the guy mistake. Which I'll probably check Sunday night to make sure that you're not making the guy mistake. And I say I call it the guy mistake like playfully because I actually heard a lot of people made that mistake. So it wasn't just guy that did it. I'm going to guess that you put in 0 research on the different weapons and have absolutely no idea which weapon you're going to start with. Because I started trying to think about that, about like what weapons would I recommend that you start with. It's a little different with, like, Riley picking it up, because Riley has played Monster Hunter before, so I don't really need to make those recommendations, but... I think the big one is... I think it's actually the weapons I think of weapons that I wouldn't recommend. Okay, that wasn't bad. That could have been horrible, but I would not recommend starting with the Sorry Riley, the Greatsword. The Greatsword is tremendously laggy, and I think it's a really bad weapon to start with. That was actually the first weapon I ever played in a Monster Hunter game, and I hated it. I was like, what the fuck is this thing? Why is there like 3.5 years of lag on every attack? And like, now I get it, but I think to start with it is just a mistake. And I wouldn't recommend the Lance or the Gun Lance either, because they're also pretty slow and deliberate weapons. Not as much as the Greatsword, but...
Nice on.
Even when I was fussing with my Greatsword last night, there's this one attack that I swear has like 8 seconds of end lag, and it's absurd. It's like one of their biggest attacks, so it makes sense, but I was also like, I used it, and then I was just like standing there for forever, and I was like, first of all, tremendously lucky that the monster didn't hit me in that amount of time, because I was just a free hit. Yeah, if you go off of what weapons Monster Hunter traditionally pushes you towards using, most of the games start you with the sword and shield, and then this one starts you with the longsword. I would say they're both good starter weapons. I'd say dual blades are probably good starter weapons, too.
Nice shot.
They're a little bit trickier to use because you have to worry about stamina management. But, like, as far as, like, learning all your combos and inputs and stuff, they're not that complicated compared to a lot of other things. I wouldn't recommend starting with the Charge Blade either. Charge Blade's very complicated. That's probably the most complicated weapon in the game, if I had to guess. Wouldn't recommend starting with the bowguns either, because managing ammo is a Herculean task. Not only, like, managing ammo, but, like, learning all the different types of ammo. It's information overload if you try and do that. Bow's a better beginner weapon than the bowguns are, I think. Because there's less to learn. There's only, like, 6 different coatings or something like that, whereas with the bowguns, there's, like, 36 different types of ammo. Your bigger error was that you wound up playing the multiplayer hunts for, like, several hours before any of us noticed. I think if you would have been in the single-player hunts, you would have been fine. Yeah, I don't really know... It wasn't a full year since I had played it last. But it was probably around 8 months. And it took me a little bit to, like, get back into it. I first picked it up on a Twitch stream after some speedruns. Which I guess it's worth pointing out because we have a couple people here who probably haven't been here in a while. I started moving speedruns to Twitch. And I'll occasionally do some other, like, roguelike style stuff, too. Right now it's just been Vampire Survivors, but I also picked up Monster Hunter on there one night. And that night that I picked it up, I was getting my ass kicked by everything, because I couldn't get back into the groove. And then I played it again, I think the night after that, off-stream. Again, got my ass kicked by everything, and I was feeling, like, really demoralized. And then the next time I picked it up was when I finally started to, like, click back into place. And now I'm just fucking gaming. Now it's like I never stopped. To be fair, the first night I picked it up... What did I fight first, Riley? Do you remember? Wasn't it like a Great Baggy or something? I started with something really small, but then I made the mistake of trying to fight a Basil Juice. And then after that, I made the extra mistake of trying to fight a Tigrex. I'm a fucking idiot, is what you should be taking away from that. Like, just mistake after mistake. And then when I played it off-stream, I tried to fight a Zinogre. I think also just fucking murdered me. And then the next time I played it, I dialed it back a little bit. I tried to focus on the smaller monsters until I was more comfortable, and then worked my way up to the bigger ones. And even then, like I've told you, Riley, I think I suck with the Charge Blade. I just don't think I'm good with it. I feel like with most other weapons, I just play better. With the Charge Blade, I wind up just getting my ass kicked a lot. And a lot of it is because there's so much setup time involved with the Charge Blade. You become focused on, I gotta get all my shit charged to get all the different modes going, and then if the monster just starts to beat you around just really aggressively, you're just wasting time, and you're like, well, now I didn't get to use any of the mode I just had charged. So now I gotta do that all over again, and it just creates a cycle of... You feel like you're just not doing much. So I think that was part of it too, because I was trying to just use the Charge Blade at first, and I just don't think I'm very good with it. It reminds me of something that I had a problem with way back when I first started playing Monster Hunter, and I had the problem with the longsword, which was... You have to build your meter up, and then you use it on your fancy combo, and you have to hit the enemy with the monster with the combo, and then you get, like, a charge level in your sword. And whenever the monster fucking moves away from you and then you miss the combo, it feels bad. Charge Blade is that times, like, 27. It's like, it's that except worse. Because if you miss anything, you're like, well, great. Now I have to do that all over again. So maybe it's not that I suck with the Charge Blade, it's just... Maybe it's just not for me anymore. I like it, but I don't feel like I'm doing a good job with it when I'm using it, is what it comes down to. Hey Mike, how's it going? It has been a while. I've been dialing it back on YouTube pretty far. I've been pushing speedruns over on Twitch. That and the only thing I've played on YouTube for like a month has been Pokemon, so I think that might have potentially been... I mentioned it last night. I saw somebody in a YouTube stream complain about how there's too many Pokemon streams on YouTube right now, and I don't think they were aiming it directly at me, but I was still like, yeah, maybe I was overdoing it, but like it sucks because I'm really enjoying it, so I want to be overdoing it. But there is no denying that those streams have done very poorly. That sucks. That shot right there was a Pokemon stream. Thank you for the visual representation. Blue's always very good at that. There's such a good chance of me being like, this sucks, and then Blue just has a terrible shot, and I'm like, yeah, like that. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I started moving speedruns over there, I think around mid-January. And that's kind of only the plan. Like, I might start moving some roguelike stuff over there too, because I feel like that sort of stuff typically doesn't do well on YouTube either. So whenever the hell the Risk of Rain expansion comes out, for example, I might move Risk of Rain over there, because that typically doesn't do well here. There's maybe a chance I'll move Deep Rock over there. I think, like, playthroughs, like Kirby's probably still gonna be here. I don't know, it's still very up in the air. It kind of depends on just if YouTube considers to not do very well, and if Twitch continues to do pretty well, which it has so far. Oh, you've just been crazy busy, that's fair. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I pre-ordered the Kirby actually just this morning, because I just forgot to do it for a while. Are you getting hyped for the Sonic movie too, Mike? I assume you are, because it looks fucking good. And as Sonic fans who even get excited about things that look even just average...
Not chipping.
Night! Chippin'! I don't remember what the command for that is. Is it just chippin'? Yeah, just chippin'. I will also go ahead and drop a, What the fuck? Are we all cracked? Also drop a Twitch link for Mike and anyone else who might want it. Although, you can really just go to Twitch and search for Nintagious and you're gonna find me. It's the same name. But still. Charlie didn't go for a cracked shot, he just played it safe. I respect it.
Ready?
Yeah, actually I started running Wily Wars speedruns over on Twitch like really hard. And I think I'm kind of done. I did a full 4 game.
Nice shot.
At first I did all the games individually and just shot for just really good times that I could submit. And then I decided to do all 4 games in a row, and I got a pretty bonkers PB last night. So I think I'm probably gonna drop that now, actually. That might be it for a little bit. Logan on Pokemon Legends, you love to see it. You do love to see it. That might be too hard. The hole's gonna get in eventually. You just did it late. That's what she said.
Nice, huh?
You know that you saying something about it, Blue, has just made me do it more. So I hope you're happy.
Nice shot.
A nice bookend to the COVID saga. I thought about that, but I couldn't resist going to see Spider-Man. That was the first... Sonic was the last movie I saw in theaters. Until we hit that era where it was like, are theaters ever going to open again? And, then yes, Spider-Man was the first one I went to see, and Sonic will probably be the next one. Unless they give us a home release, but it doesn't sound like they're planning on doing that. Sounds like they're doing theaters only, so it's fine. The theaters here, even opening weekend, there's like less than 24 people in the theaters. It's like... It's so empty that I'm not particularly worried about it. I'm pretty sure Spider-Man I went opening weekend. No, I think that was like... That might have been the weekend after. Kinda don't remember. But there was, like, less than 12 people in the theater. Like, there was nobody there. So I'm pretty comfortable to go see Sonic. And then I'll probably go see Doctor Strange, too, as well. Again, unless they offer home release, and then I'll probably just do that instead. Well, it sounds like you have a unique situation there, because didn't you say that your theater is only, like, one theater? And they have very limited showtimes? So yeah, it makes more sense that they're gonna be booked. Here it's a pretty large theater, so... It's probably what most people would think of when they think of a theater. Yeah, I waited for Disney Plus for all the other Marvel stuff. Which I actually...
Nice car.
That new Pixar movie comes out
Birdie.
next Friday.
Nice.
How was Ghostbusters? I heard good things about it. I'm pretty much willing to
Nice car.
wait to see most things digitally. Spider-Man I wasn't willing to wait because I already had multiple things spoiled just from waiting as long as I did. So I was like, I need to go see this. I either need to go see it or submit to the fact that I'm going to have the whole movie spoiled. And Sonic is just Sonic, so I'm gonna be there. And I think Multiverse of Madness is gonna be the same thing, where it's like, I'm gonna have to go see it, otherwise everything is gonna be spoiled, because social media is a thing. But, like, Shang-Chi and, Eternals, no one was fucking talking about those movies, so the major twist in Shang-Chi I didn't see coming at all, which was, I wouldn't even say it's a major twist, but the big cameo that was not advertised in trailers. I'm leaving it vague because I know at least Eno still wants to see it and hasn't watched it yet. But, yeah, that... I didn't have that spoiled at all. And the multiple things in Spider-Man I had spoiled, though. Thanks, Twitter, for not being able to just shut the fuck up about something for a week. This shot sucks. And the next shot is going to also suck. This is awful. Well, now's everybody's chance to miss me, because this... I'm not going to make an impressive shot on this one. So, my theory is that Sonic 2 is going to end in a cliffhanger. Do you think the same thing's going to happen? Due to the fact that they're already shooting Sonic 3, tells me that Sonic 2 is going to end with Eggman betraying Knuckles, taking the Emerald, and launching the Death Egg. And then Sonic 3 is going to be about the Death Egg, and then they're probably going to sneak Metal Sonic and Amy Rose in there, too. So I would do it anyway. Yep, this sucks. I'm gonna have to... This should be fine. And if I curve at the last second... It's gonna be a little uncomfortable. It'll do. It's the best I could have done with that particular shot, I think. The fact that I still hit the green is... That'll do. They already cast... I don't want them to do Shadow yet. It's too fast. They need to get Metal Sonic and Amy Rose in there first, and the Death Egg. I think this should be like the classic trilogy, and then have a Dreamcast trilogy, and then they can jump in on Perfect Chaos and Shadow. And then who gives a fuck about anything that happens in Heroes and 2006, so you can just bundle that all into one movie. Oh, I also think they're going to potentially introduce Rouge in the Knuckles series. Is probably what they're going to do. And then that'll be set up for Adventure. The Adventure trilogy. I don't even know who would play Shadow. Most of the other characters I can be like, oh yeah, I know who would play those. Like, I know who I would pick. Shadow, I don't know. I don't know who would be able to nail that part. I mean, Ben Schwartz should just do it, right? Just call back to the Adventure trilogy and just have Sonic's voice actor do all of them. I just hope they don't rush it too quickly. If they cast Lacey Shepard as Elise, that'd be really funny. And it would make the character just 100% hotter, so that's also a win. For everybody involved. Seth Rogen's gonna play Vector the Crocodile 100%. 100%. And it's actually, like, really good casting. I think I would not be upset about that. Oh my god. These shots. Was that blue again? That hurts. That hurts. This is the last hole. I don't know who would play Shadow. Christian Bale? I don't know. Amy Rose should be Kristen Bell. I think. Metal Sonic doesn't need a voice actor, so that's free. I don't want them to skip Metal Sonic and go straight to fucking Shadow. God. Like, Sonic Adventure 2 is a good story, so I'm looking forward to that, but I think just going straight to Shadow for Sonic 3 is just too fast. He's probably gonna have to have a completely... To be fair, he's probably gonna have to have a completely different background than from the original. And then, hey, maybe they'll actually leave him dead at the end of the movie like they should have done in Sonic Adventure 2. And then, you know, let him die a good character instead of letting him live as a piece of shit. I think I'm okay with... See, I don't know. It's really tricky, because, like, Seth Rogen played the Mantis in Kung Fu Panda, and, like, that was totally fine. I didn't find myself saying this character's ruined because he's just a shitty stoner. Like, he did a perfectly fine job.
Nice part.
And I think Donkey Kong's not going to be a major part of the movie. So I don't think it's going to be there. I don't think he's going to be there long enough for us to actually be bothered by it. That's just... It never stops hurting. I mean, they kind of are to Donkey Kong, to be fair.
Triple bogey.
Change my mind. You can't. See, Jack Black's another one. He fucking kills it as Po in Kung Fu Panda. Like, I think people see Jack Black and they think of, like, Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny Jack Black. And they don't remember that he actually has played, like, more wholesome and charming roles in his life. That's another one that I'm like, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna lose points tonight. This is gonna feel bad. Alright, is anyone hopping out, or are we just continuing? I think Blue said you're gonna hop out. Yeah, you said you can't stay long anyway, right, JMT? So I definitely wouldn't ask you to step out if you can't stay late anyway. I think that's the point with Seth Rogen's part in Chip and Dale, though. That's like the whole idea. I think that movie just looks bad because the trailer was bad. I think the trailer picked the wrong moments to highlight, is the problem with that. Have you seen the Kung Fu Panda movies? Because, like, that's... I feel like he doesn't act like that in those movies. Now, can I think of anything else he's been in that I'm like, hey, this is a good example of what he can do? Not really. I can't think of many other movies he's been in where I'm like, I enjoyed him in this movie. I'm sure there were some, I just can't think of them off the top of my head. I think the reality is that I haven't seen a lot of his movies, though. I think he typically makes movies that I don't give a fuck about. As I sit here now 36 years young, I don't give a fuck about comedies, like, at all. So that's part of the problem there. I mean, I still think the star of the show is going to be Charlie Day as Luigi, and nobody can change my mind. That's just going to be, like, just absolute 10 out of 10. I'm still willing to just withhold judgment until we actually see a trailer. Or at least some stills. I need to see what the art style of that movie is going to look like. That's the information I need. Because I think at the moment, and I've probably said this before, I think at the moment, if you're looking at this game, and you're just like, you're looking at Mario, most people are looking at Mario and saying, hey, that's Mario, and then they're trying to envision Chris Pratt's voice coming out of that, which doesn't match at all. The movie's gonna have to have a slightly different art style, I think. Also, I did unlock another character there, but I did not randomize it, so I'm gonna go with Rosalina, I guess. Because I do have her unlocked, too, so that'll do. Wild Weather, baby! On the other hand, I can't hold it against people for just being hesitant about video game movies in general, because you know it's a pretty hit or miss success rate for sure.
Ready?
All right, so I'm in. Theo's in. JMT is in. Alright, I'm gonna do my thing where I tee off and then I go up and go take a break really quick. But I won't be long. And I can hear the game now, so that's kind of cool.
Nice shot.
Let's have the random number generator up. Let's get rid of you really quick. We're gonna chat and such, so let's see what I'm doing.
Nice shot.
So secret, none of the voice actors are even allowed to attend recording sessions together. That's voice acting in general. You'd be shocked how often the actors don't even interact with one another. I think there's only, like, the case of love interests that they'll let them actually record together. I forgot I was Rosalina. Or if they're, like, doing songs. That's, like, usually how voice acting goes, as far as I know. Especially now, because a lot of voice actors will just do their work from home. Well, that might not be the case for a movie like that, but for, like, video games, where these people are, like, professional voice actors, and that's the only thing they do, they tend to... I think they just mostly do it from home now. I'm not feeling too good about this shot. I think I overdid it. Might be okay, though.
Nice on.
Oh, yeah. The Sonic movie, when they started talking about it, was like... As with most Sonic projects, I was cautiously optimistic, but I wasn't, like, hopeful. And even when we saw the first shot of it, it was like, I was still kind of like, I mean, it could be good. I should watch, Detective Pikachu again. That's a good video game movie as well. You know what wasn't a good video game movie? Monster Hunter, which is really disappointing. Oh yeah, they don't all do it, but the big ones, like, the ones that are practically household names, they probably have their own studios at home. They probably invested in it. I mean, it's not that hard to do, because I've heard before that some people will do it from, like, they'll set up their closet as, like, a recording booth with just a ton of audio foam. So you can do it on a budget, for sure. Would I recommend it? Not necessarily, but if you could just go into the studio, then you probably should. Also, hey, Parker, how's it going? Yeah, I agree with Carrie's performance. Like, overall, I think when he's being Robotnik, he's incredible. But there are some moments where he's just kind of being Jim Carrey. It almost feels like they just left the camera rolling and just let him goof off, and then they were like, yeah, we'll use it. Like, it's almost mismatched. I hope that's a little bit tighter. The Monster Hunter movie could have been good, but, like, there were some major missteps. Mostly pacing. I thought the pacing of the movie was really bad. The first, like, 2/3 of the movie when they're stranded in the desert dealing with the Diablos, that was good. Like, I thought that was all pretty good. It lasted way too long. And then the final third of the movie, they tried to cram all this shit in all at once. And then tried to make you believe that a Rathalos is more threatening than a Black Diablos, which is just fiction. That's not true at all. I mean, if you don't play Monster Hunter, you don't know that, but, like, they really tried to work Rathalos up as, like, this thing could destroy galaxies. Like, he's strong. And it's like, yeah, but they just fought a Black Diablos and killed it. Which, again, if you don't know anything about Monster Hunter, then that's probably fine. But I still think the pacing was bad. They spent, like, an hour and a half in the desert, and then in, like, 15 minutes, they were like, here's all this other shit. There's Ron Perlman. His wig looks really bad. And now the movie's over. It was like, wait, what? Like, excuse me? It had its moments.
Nice shot.
It had its moments. There were some parts that were good, but overall, I don't think it was good. I've only watched it like twice, I think. And the second time I watched it, I was like, this movie's not very good. Monster Hunter isn't really known for its storytelling, but the problem is that the games don't have storytelling. And for the movie, they decided we have to invent storytelling. And suddenly there's this mage tower that's creating portals that's never been a thing.
Nice shot.
And magic isn't even really a thing in Monster Hunter, so that's just like a thing, and we're not going to explain it, but it's there. They just like invented random shit and it didn't matter anyway.
Nice on.
I almost think I could have sworn I read something about the Monster Hunter movie that the first, like, draft of the script was just the monsters coming through to our world and just wreaking havoc. I almost think that would have been a more entertaining movie. It wouldn't have been in the Monster Hunter world whatsoever, but I think it would have potentially been more interesting. See, I even thought... I have no comment on the second part of your statement, but I thought Mila Jovovich was fine. I think the chemistry she had with the Hunter dude made no fucking sense, because they spend like 15 minutes trying to kill each other for no reason. And it's like, it's borderline awkward. But other than that, like, I thought she did fine. It's just... the pacing was all fucked. How was it that they had the visual effects budget to make the Palico look as good as he did, while also having Ron Perlman's hair look as bad as it did? How does that happen? That's not nearly hard enough. I suck. Never mind, it'll do.
Birdie.
Why were they just trying to kill each other for like 20 minutes straight? Like, why? I don't even think that's a thing that makes sense within the Monster Hunter universe. I think they would have very quickly been like, well, this Black Diablos is gonna murder us and eat us alive. And we should probably do something about that. Instead, they were just like, oh shit, another person. I should probably kill you. It was like, what? I don't know. That part was probably one of the worst parts of the movie, I think. And it's not even just that they're trying to kill each other, it's that they're being assholes to each other. It's like, I don't know. It's frustrating to watch. I watched the movie with my mother the first time I watched it, and during that section, she was like, what are they doing? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh.
The only thing I have to say about the second part of that statement is you are much more observant than I am. Because I've never noticed that. And to a point, I respect that, because that's some pretty high-level observational skills. I like to think I'm pretty observant, but I have not noticed that.
Ready?
Low-key, I thought that Netflix Monster Hunter movie was better. The story was better. The characters were better written. The animation wasn't fantastic. It was a little low budget, but it at least had a coherent plot. Like, oh, there's a kid, and I guess I shouldn't completely give it away, but it's not that special of a story. If you don't want spoilers on Monster Hunter, what's it called? Legends of the Guild or something? If you don't want spoilers on that, I guess here's your moment to close your ears for the next, like, 30 seconds. That is unfortunate. It's like some kid lives in a village and he thinks monsters are super cool and he wants to be a hunter, but everyone's like, nah, you can't, because society tells you that that's not the thing you're supposed to do with your life. You should just be a farmer. And then a Teostra... No, it's not a Teostra, it's a Lunastra, isn't it? Whatever. A monster attacks and he's like, dude, I gotta help. And then he follows around some hunters to try and help, and they're all like, God damn it, why are you trying to help me? I hate noobs. This is the worst. Your hunter rank's not even, like, above level 8. What the hell? And then he winds up actually being, like, a really good hunter, and then they save the village, and then people die. But, you know, overall, it's a win. And then, he's like, I want to go with you. I want to be a hunter. And then it's like, oh, that's how you got the hunting trio in Monster Hunter 4. That's cool. It works. It wasn't overly complicated, but it worked. It got the job done. And it had fucking Dante Bosco as the fucking main character. But Rufio! What more do you need? I don't even know who else is in that movie, but who cares? It's got fucking Rufio, dude. Also known as the fire kid from Avatar. I can't remember his name. Zuko? Is that his name? He also played that character. But more importantly, Rufio. Bangarang, baby. I at least smiled when I was watching that movie. Like, I at least smiled when I was watching that movie. The live-action Monster Hunter movie, I was more confused. There were a couple of moments where I was like, oh, that was neat. I see what they did there. But the most part, I was just kind of like, is this bad? I think this is bad. The effects were good. The monsters look awesome. In the live-action one. They kill him too easily. They basically never attack the Black Diablos ever until they, like, stab a greatsword through the top of its skull. And then it's just kind of dead. And I'm like, that's not how it works. Like... And I feel like the Rathlos goes down in a similar fashion. Where they're just kind of like, yes, I hit it! I won! It's like, what? It takes me 28 minutes to fight one of those fucking things. Like, what the hell? It's not how it works. You gotta, like, injure the thing. I did like on the Rathlos that she, like, cuts its wings up so it can't fly as well, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. We wound the things, right? It doesn't affect them to that degree. It should. That would be pretty cool. But anyway, let me actually, like, take my fucking shot.
Nice shot.
You didn't make that observation, your wife did? Okay. Alright. I believe you. Your wife that may or may not be real, and it might just be you on another account. That wife. You didn't think I remembered that, did you? Oh, we haven't even talked since the Direct. I know this is a stupid question. How excited are you for Xenoblade 3? I have to assume that's like at least a 23 out of 10.
Nice on.
At least. That's being conservative, perhaps. I think I'll probably actually get that one. I kept saying with Xenoblade 2 that I was like, this looks like a game I would like. But I don't think I have the time for it. And then eventually reached a point where I was like, I'll just wait for them to make another one. And then they were like, here you go. And I was like, okay, I'm in. Plus that brunette with like the wings sticking out of her head that like wears all black, she's fucking fine. So I think I'm in. Also, I really like how the game I didn't notice this in the trailer, but I noticed it on the screenshots that I post on Twitter. The game has this, like, for hair, they have, like, this shading that makes it look like it's hand-painted, and it looks really slick.
Birdie.
I actually don't know where Volpe is. I haven't seen him in a stream in, like, a very long time. I don't know if I made him mad or something. Hope everything's okay. He might have been another casualty of... Dude, the only thing you're doing is playing Pokemon and I don't want to... But he likes Pokemon. I don't understand why that would be a thing. Unless he got the game himself and he didn't want it spoiled, which is fair. I'm not gonna hold that against him.
Bogey. Birdie. Nice birdie.
I think I've only seen him like once since the Direct. I think Scarlett said that she saw him somewhere. It might just be a schedule misalignment. He might have pulled an all-nighter and he might be on a very much a, like, first shift kind of schedule now. I don't know. No, he's graduated. He might have college shit going on, although he's never mentioned it. I think he graduated last year, if I recall correctly. He's very private about that sort of stuff.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it was a once a stream thing there for like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 years. So yeah, I just hope everything's okay. If I said something to piss him off, I hope it's... Tell me what it was so I can fix it. I can't imagine what it would have been. My guess is that he might have picked up Pokemon Legends himself and he just didn't want to see any... He didn't want to have it spoiled. He wanted to just play it himself. And since that's been the only thing I've been playing... He's just been keeping his distance, which again, is fair. The same thing happened when Metroid Dread came out, because he didn't want spoilers on that either. Which is like, yeah, that's fair. That's unfortunate. I feel like you got screwed there. I feel like that should have coasted across the water.
Nice shot.
When's that supposed to be coming out? Just this year? I remember somebody tried to say a couple weeks ago about how the Sonic game was getting delayed until 23, but they confirmed, like, the day after that it's still coming out this year. So, that will also be the end of this year.
Nice
September. Yeah, I think I would like to pick this one up. But I guess we'll see where life takes me throughout this year. It's been kind of tough that, like...
Nice shot.
I swear I don't... Oh, shit. I didn't realize that big tree was there. That's unfortunate. I swear I don't mean to bring this up fucking constantly, but it's just, you know, it's relevant to a lot of things. I've been kind of despondent with YouTube lately, and that's mostly because not only has Pokemon been doing very poorly, which I've recently heard that there's just way too many people streaming it, and that's probably why that's a thing, but, even before that, like, most playthroughs just are doing a fraction of what they used to do. So now it's getting a little bit harder for me to justify just buying every game. Because I'm like... Realistically, I guess, like, when it comes down to budgeting, I should be looking at it as this game should be paying for itself. Which isn't fully accurate, because... Unless I'm buying a game exclusively for the channel. I think I did read that it's expecting that you played all of them, but I don't know if I'm gonna have that kind of time, like, ever. Like this. I'm gonna try and bank it around here. And I tried to play one, and I thought it was boring. So, I don't know. At least they are all on Switch, aren't they? So, it's nice that they're all in one place. It's not one of those situations where you're like, well, I have no choice but to emulate them, because they're just not regularly available.
Nice shot.
That could have been better, but it also could have been worse, so... I thought the first one was... Yeah... I didn't really like the characters either, except for Charla. Was that her name? She was super fine. Uh-oh. Maybe I didn't get far enough into it. It was one of those games where I think I played it on emulator. The emulation was not good, so that might have been part of the problem. It was the original version, which I do think that the remaster on Switch, I think, looks a lot better visually. And I think I played it for like 10 hours straight or something like that, and I just never touched it again. But a lot of that was because the emulation wasn't good, so I shouldn't hold that against it. Yeah, that was the only way I had to access it at the time. Because it was in that period where it was like, the copies were really difficult to find. And I don't know if it was available digitally yet. I think that was like before the Wii U. I don't really remember. All I wanted to do was check it out just... It was when he was... It wasn't even when he was announced for Smash, it was when people thought he was going to be announced for Smash, and I was like, I should check this out to know at least a little bit about it in advance. And that's what I did. I checked it out a little bit.
Birdie.
Yeah, it was before the 3DS version, too.
Nice birdie.
But I'm pretty sure it was the Wii version was released digitally on Wii U, wasn't it? Maybe it wasn't. I thought that was one of the games that they made available, and it was like, oh, now I can actually buy the game for not $1 billion.
Nice birdie.
Did you know how much I sacrificed? Hey, blame GameStop for fucking holding the copies back and then selling them as used for overpriced. Because maybe if I was at... I guess I can't say for sure that I would have gotten a copy if I could have gotten it for base value, but GameStop was certainly making sure that wasn't a fucking thing. So...
Ready?
2 more holes. I mean, if it is, it's still on the Wii U, so... Shop's still there.
Nice shot.
I could have sworn it got a second release on Virtual Console or whatever. But maybe it didn't. I might just be crazy. I may in fact be crazy, because the only thing I'm seeing is X for Wii U. And I think by the time it came out on 3DS, I just didn't fucking care about the 3DS anymore. I mean, it was around the time Monster Hunter 4 came out, which is basically the only game I played at the time. And that was probably one of the last games I played on 3DS. I think Monster Hunter's my Xenoblade. It's like... Monster Hunter to me is Xenoblade is to you. In regards to how much of a time investment the franchise is. It's slightly different because there's no fucking story in Monster Hunter, and there's certainly not a continuity that you have to keep up with. But in regards to just how much time you have to put into those games.
Nice shot.
Oh, I mean, I get the irony, sure. Yeah. Monster Hunter 4 is the best in the series. I'd say Rise is a strong contender, but before Rise, I would say that 4 was the best, yes. Generations had the content edge, but there was just no fucking story at all, and I just didn't give a fuck about what anyone had to say in that game. And in Monster Hunter 4, I actually, like, cared. I thought it had, like, an okay story, charming characters. World had annoying characters. The gameplay was good, but the story just didn't pull me in. Because the story is... Remember when I was complaining the other night about when we used to see players in Monster Hunter 4 that would try to capture Elder Dragons? The literal story of Monster Hunter World is, hey, let's try to capture an Elder Dragon. It's pure idiocy. And then Iceborne is just, hey, you know this handler that you can't fucking stand? We're gonna give her a bunch of character development. But I'd say that Rise is a strong contender for best in the series. I think Rise is quite good. On its own, I think it's already good, and Sunbreak will, I assume, make it better, as long as it doesn't make the same missteps as Iceborne, where they're like, hey, you know how everybody likes Dark Souls and you die in 2 hits? What if we made Monster Hunter that? How about you go fuck yourself, is what I have to say about that. No. Stop.
Nice shot.
I'm just at an age where I can't, like, sit in bed with something in front of my face playing like this. It's just, it's not comfortable anymore. I don't even like sitting here. Like, I didn't finish my Platinum Nuzlocke that I started because of that reason. I was just sitting here like this for a bunch of hours, and I was like, this kind of sucks. Like, I'd rather just be, like, relaxing. Seeing the thing on the TV. It's nice. You don't expect Sunberg to do that, because Rise avoided the same appeals to the mainstream consoles that World pushed forward on. I don't think it was that bad in World. It was just in Iceborne that it was shitty. So I'm still maybe concerned. I thought World itself was fine. I actually liked World a lot. And I think Iceborne introduced some really cool mechanics, but then they were also like, what if monsters can kill you in 2 hits? Which, when you're fighting a bullshit monster like Tigrex that has hitboxes the size of a fucking area code, then it's like, you know, it's kind of bullshit and not fun. Until then, I thought Iceborne was fucking sick. It had lots of cool shit in it. And even the monsters that didn't kill you, like, that quickly, I frequently would almost run out of time trying to kill them. Because they just had so much fucking health. I think the biggest issue with World is that it was geared around being multiplayer only. I think that was the actual issue. All of those hunts were designed around you to have 4 people with you. If you were a solo player, you can go fuck yourself. And that is something that Rise corrected, so...
Nice.
Maybe we will be fine. Rise, that was one of the first things they told us about Rise, is that we're not doing that again. Because they knew that it was a misstep. Ugh. Yeah, fuck Tigrex, man. He's a piece of shit monster. Fucking whiny baby of a monster. I'm realizing I hate Mizutsune perhaps as much, but it's for a slightly different reason. Mizutsune just, like, throws itself at you and then ragdolls, and it's frustrating, because you just... They're not deliberate attacks. It's just throwing itself at you and then just going. And how do you dodge that? You can't. You're gonna get hit.
Nice paw.
Yes.
To describe that nice, we did do that, yeah. Either a nice badonkadonk or Yo Mama's so fat she has her own area code. That's how we did things in the 90s. And it's good enough. It's not good enough for me today, but you know where I'm going with that reference. Is Blue still here? At least you inherited the "that's what she said" joke, because the "Yo Mama's so fat" jokes were never funny. Like, I always thought that, even in the 90s, I thought those were pretty bad. And then it's not that they were offensive, it's just that they were just cringy and just not funny. I'm sure there's a couple that would actually get me laughing, but I've probably never heard them. Most of them are just like, you really think this is funny, except it's not. You ever see those comedians that'll be like, they're really selling a joke, they really think it's funny, but it's like, this isn't funny? You know what I mean? Yeah. Homophobic slurs and, like, the other F word and the R word. We didn't think anything of it.
Nice shot.
Have you ever seen that South Park episode where I'm clearly gonna have to, I'm not gonna be able to really describe this very well, but there's a bunch of bikers coming through town that are just making all sorts of noise, and everybody hates it.
Nice shot.
And the kids start calling them the other F word. And they get in trouble for it, for using this slur, and they're like, why, what's the big deal? And then somebody explains to them, like, what the word means, and they're like, oh, we thought it just meant, like, you know, irresponsible jackass. Like, we don't have anything against gay people. We thought these people just suck. That's the only reason we're using the word. And that, like, spoke to me on such, like, a personal level. Because whenever I did use that word in that era, I never meant it towards gay people whatsoever. Not even once. It was just, you're an annoying jackass. An inconsiderate motherfucker. Like, that's how I used that. And I think a lot of people did. And it actually took me a moment when it was first pointed out to me, like, hey, you shouldn't use that word. At first I was like, you're just being overly sensitive. Like, whatever. But then I was like, I think ultimately what it came down to is, like, I could just use other words. Like, it's fine. I don't have to use it. If it bothers people, even if I think it shouldn't bother them, if it bothers them, I should just respect the fact that it bothers them. You know what I mean? Within reason. Like, if I call somebody a butthead and they're like, I am so offended that I think I'm gonna actually track you down and sue you, I'm probably just gonna laugh at them, because, come on. Like, that's the battle you're choosing, that's the hill you're choosing to die on? I don't think... There's more things in life. Like, there's more important things to do. I probably should have hit that a little bit harder, but I think we'll be okay. What hole are we on? I know that I'm going very slow, and I respect that nobody's been like, dude, take your fucking shot! I respect the patience. Still use the R word, believe me, that targets deserve it. There are quite a few people that still use it. And I have gotten to a point now that when I hear somebody use it, like, on stream, I get, like, kind of uncomfortable. Which is strange, because I used to think nothing of it, but I've definitely heard streamers say it and be like, ugh. That was not nice. I do think, as far... I was actually watching someone... I think it was back when Halo came out. I was watching somebody play Halo, and they had a bunch of friends on, and one of the friends dropped it and said it, and everybody was immediately like, ew. What a fucking try-hard gamer word. Get that shit out of there. Like, I guess it just has that aura of someone's trying really hard to be cringy and offensive. And that's, like, why they say it, and then people actually have an issue with it because of that, which I thought was pretty interesting. Like, it's not that they think it's offensive, they're just kind of like, ew. Like, really? That's the word you chose?
Nice.
I don't think Cartman is a good kid. I think he's a little son of a bitch, for sure. The other three, yes. I would agree with that. They just don't... They see things through a different lens, for sure. I think Cartman also sees things through a different lens, but he's still a fucking asshole. Oh, that was almost the biggest... The most what-a-putt I've ever seen. I really overshot that. Holy hell. This sucks. I thought I was gonna miss it again.
Nice pawn.
I was already clenching. Carmen's absolutely an asshole, but he really doesn't know any better. I don't think... How old are they supposed to be?
Birdie.
Maybe. I think he's an asshole to such a degree that he does know better and he just doesn't care. Because it's pretty extreme. He's done some fucked up stuff in that show.
Nice pawn.
Like, unironically. Like, I think he knows fully that it's a fucked up thing to do.
Bogey.
Making someone eat their own parents in chili is not something a kid does and thinks it's okay. Let me put it that way. That's not something that a kid just does and he's like, this is fine. I'm pretty sure even children know that's, like, fucked up. Beyond all reasoning. Theo, what happened? Holy hell. Cool, I unlocked another character. Fun stuff. JMT's done. Yeah, that's just one of the... That wasn't even the first thing that came to mind. That was the first thing that Cartman's done that came to mind that I was like, I could actually say this on stream. Like, it gets worse. And I think even children know that those acts are fucked up. Now, to a point, it's also, you know, a comedy, and you're supposed to suspend disbelief to a certain degree, but... Yeah, I mean, even the other F word has other meaning. But, like, yeah, language evolves. It doesn't matter if you're... Isn't it... I'm actually going to check on this, because I want to be sure before I say that. I'm not going to actually say the word, but... A bundle of sticks or twigs bound together as fuel. That's an actual definition. But if you refer to firewood by that word, nobody's gonna be like, oh, you were referring to the firewood, it's fine. People are still gonna be like, what the fuck did you just say? So, like, it's awareness. You have to... Things change and you can't just be the South Park kids where everything is changing around you and you're just pretending like it's not changing. You can, but if people get upset about it, you can't be surprised about it. I guess that's what it comes down to. Okay. JMT's done. Thanks for playing. Thanks for hanging out. It was good having you. I don't know. I bet they still would. I'd be curious to talk to somebody that lives over there to find out if that's true or not. I bet they'd still be like, the fuck did you just say? Like, you can just... call it something. I'm losing so many points, and it's very unfortunate. Because it's not like they just live in a bubble and they haven't caught up with the fact that the rest of the world uses it in a different manner. You know? Like, they know. What was your score at? Yeah, 0. And I think the big thing for me, and I've said this before, is that you can just use a different word. And it's hard, don't get me wrong, it's hard to, like, rewire your vocabulary and just say, okay, I'm gonna not do that anymore. When I hit that point, it was when I was very actively playing World of Warcraft a lot, when I dropped both of those words. And when I committed to doing it, like, it was fucking hard. Like, it took a while before I was, like, not even tempted to use it. And every now and then, the 90s kid in me is still like, these are the only words that fit this situation, because that's how pissed off I am. And I just have to be like, no. Just put it away. And that's when I'm like, just call him like a cockwaffle or something instead, because then at least everybody goes, what? The fuck did you just say? And that's more of like a funny, what the fuck did you just say? How far back in time could one travel in the English-speaking world before the dialect becomes completely incomprehensible? Even 100 years, I think. If we tried to hold a conversation with someone from 100 years ago, it would probably already be, like, difficult to understand one another. Your mom calls cigarettes those? See, like, why? I feel like if you refer to a cigarette by that word, you're doing it to be a smartass. And be like, I'm using the word, but I'm not using it like that, so you can't be mad at me. Shut the fuck up! Like, you're just being a wise ass when you do that, I think. Maybe you're not, but I think you probably are. Where's Blue at? I guess we can just do a filler one while we wait for Blue to get back. She did say she'd be out for like an hour, I think. 'Tis fine. I guess I'll go with Toadette again. I'll have to do Charge and Chuck. Charge and Chuck, and we'll put Wiggler back in. See if he can do some... I had a feeling Riley was gonna like that. I'm noticing a pattern that you like to point out, like, my mom did a stupid thing, just so I'll be like, your mom is stupid. Which I shouldn't do, but she does do some stupid things, from what you've told me. Hey, once again, Blue will be back just in time for Spiky Palms. See, I'm glad that I never normalized that one in my mind, Mike. I never hit that point. I'm not, like, saying, like... I'm not trying to, like, scold you or anything, but I've never had the desire to be, like... That's the one I need to let loose. Thankfully. And I think it's really important as a streamer, too, because I think if you even casually use those words, there's an increased chance that you'll accidentally let it slip while you're on stream at some point. Whereas if you just don't even use them casually, the chance of you accidentally saying it is, like, slim to none, because it's just... it's not in your vocabulary. And this is maybe unfair of me, but I've definitely heard of streamers getting canceled because they, like, let the N-word slip once, and I was like, if they let it slip, they use it casually, like, unironically, and they deserve this, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, if, like, they should get in trouble for letting it slip, because I don't think I'll ever let that word slip, because it's not in my vocabulary. It has to be in your vocabulary before you let it slip. You don't just accidentally say words that aren't in your vocabulary. I was gonna try to think of an example and be like, here's an example, I would never say this word, but if it's not in my vocabulary, I can't really think of it, can I? So, that's interesting. Did I ever mention how that owl sound, like, it doesn't bother me, but it's definitely a stock sound effect. I'm pretty sure when I was a kid, my mom had a cuckoo clock that made that exact sound. It's like very, very clearly a stock sound effect. Anyway. Said it during a stream once, but it was a discussion about the etymology of word. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I still try to refrain doing it. Because even though I'm not a big streamer, I've acknowledged the fact that people are capable of clipping things and taking them out of context. So I'm just like, I kind of don't care what the context is. Because they don't care what the context is. But I don't hold it against anyone for doing that. Like when I was just talking about the definition of the other F word. Most people probably wouldn't have had a problem with me saying it if I was specifically in context using it in that context. Still not gonna. Still not gonna. Now, one I will... I mentioned how, like, sometimes the 90s kid in me will, like, want to get out and be like, these are the only words that match how frustrated I am right now. The R word in particular, when I'm looking at Twitter, I'm just like, what is wrong with people, dude? Like, it makes me so angry that I'm just like, I need a word other than you are stupid to explain how aggravating this is. But then I'm also not talking to anybody about it, so I just kind of swallow it. And I'm just kind of like, it's Twitter! And most people are just going to be like, yeah, that's Twitter, and I don't really need the validation at that point. I had to sneeze.
Nice shot.
2? No? Just 1? Okay. That's fine. Mario Kart 8 is missing so many characters. Yes! But they have all the Koopalings. Aren't you happy about that? All of them! It even has Bowser Jr. now, dude! It has all of them! You can play all of them, whether you know all of their names or you don't know all of their names. Which you don't, because nobody does. They know Wendy, because she's the girl one, and that's it. Fucking garbage, trash, tier characters.
Nice shot.
God, that game's raw. It still to this day makes me mad. Because that game is so well made. The tracks are so good. The soundtrack is fucking phenomenal. And then the roster, they were just like... Did they forget to make the roster? Is that what happened? Like, did they just forget? And then they were like, oh shit, we gotta make characters. It was either that, or Miyamoto trollingly said, let's put all the Koopalings in, and nobody had the balls to tell him it was a bad idea. It was one or the other. I think it was the latter. Because I'm under the impression that that's a thing with Japanese developers, where they'll very much be like, they're afraid to tell somebody that it's a bad idea. Sun came up with the perfect label for the truly inept members of humanity, the Walmart class citizen. That's so bad, dude. But also so good. He could have been dead serious about it too, but still, no one had the balls to tell him that's a terrible idea. They were just like, yes sir, Miyamoto-san. Yeah, all the Koopalings are sad, that's the thing. There's also the chance that he pulled a Chaotix, where he got sick of people saying, hey, where are the Chaotix? When are the Chaotix gonna come back? Hey, Sega, you should put the Chaotix in another Sonic game. And now they're in every fucking game. They won't go away. And now we're gonna have Seth Rogen as Vector the Crocodile in a movie. Look at what you did. Because you wouldn't shut the fuck up about the Chaotix, look at what you did. There's a chance the Koopalings were the same thing. People wouldn't shut the fuck up about the Koopalings, and then Miyamoto was like, fine!
Nice part.
Take it! Are you happy now? You have all of them. Should I make some more? Do you want 7 new ones? Is that what you want? You have all of the Let's also put Pom Pom and Boom Boom into like every game. And then let's make 4 rabbits that look exactly like them, except have rabbit ears. This is what you wanted, right? It's so passive-aggressive, and I kind of hope that it was passive-aggressive, because that's really funny. And I kind of support it. If that's actually what happened, and they were just like, fine, fuck you. Here. We're gonna give Vector the Crocodile a shitty-ass voice, and he's gonna say a lot of stupid shit. But this is what you wanted! Don't get it twisted. You asked for this. We did. We did. We brought this upon ourselves. That's a tree. That's... Okay, back it up a second. Let me focus. I know we've had this conversation before. I always think, and if you've seen the movie, then you probably understand this reference. If you ever seen the first, I guess I have to say the first Jumanji movie, because there's multiples of them now, where, oh fuck, what's his name? David Alan Grier, when the Vine is taking his busted-ass cop car and just, like, folding it in half and pulling it into the jungle, and he's just, like, watching in terror, and then he just screams, fine, take it. That's what I think Miyamoto did when people wouldn't shut the fuck up about the Koopalings. And 2D Mario. I think that was the same thing, when he was just like, you want more 2D Mario? Okay, I'll port the game to 3 different fucking consoles. You want more? You want more? You want me to just make one where you can make your own fucking state? Is that what you want? Is that what you fucking want? Like, I think that's what happened. I think he cracked, and he was like, that's it. Fine. You motherfuckers think you know what would make a good video game? Fine. Fine. Fuck! God damn it. And I'm right behind another tree. I hate everything. This is why I should take the shot first and rant later. Noted. No, they're sad for other reasons. Yeah, I think it is. I think that's a Japanese developer thing in general, where if someone has a certain amount of clout to them, if you want to call it that, it's you don't question them. I think Inafune was the same thing. I would argue that probably most of the people that worked on Mighty Number 9 knew that that game looked horrible. But they were like, we can't question Inafune-san. He's Inafune. He's the father of Mega Man. Like, he knows best. No, question them. Do it. Like, sometimes they need the reality check. I don't think he has as much control over Mario now. Odyssey is a good example of that, because Odyssey was very fresh. There's a lot of stuff that happened in Odyssey that I was like, I don't think Miyamoto would have been... Like, they didn't do this before. Just bringing back Pauline was such a not Miyamoto move. That was, like, a very brave thing for them to do, and Miyamoto plays it very safe. You're Koopa Troopa, by the way. So I think it is already kind of, like, changed a little bit. But I'm sure if Miyamoto came in and said put all the Koopalings in it, they'd probably be like, yes, Miyamoto-san. Whatever you say. There's so many examples of that happening. Hey, should we put Pac-Man in Smash Brothers? Yes, Miyamoto-san, we should. No, you shouldn't! No! Bad idea. Abort, abort, abort. And you could tell that Sakurai thought it was a bad idea because he outed Miyamoto in an interview and said, that's why we added Pac-Man, because Miyamoto was like, do it. And I was like, yes, Miyamoto-san. Like, you can't make this shit up. Steve was the same fucking thing. They were like, you should put Steve in Smash. And he was like, oh, God. Whatever you say. I don't think that was Miyamoto, though. I think that was, like, Nintendo stockholders that did that shit. Not stockholders, but, like, executives. You know what I mean. This hole does suck. You're not wrong, by the way. You're eating sushi? I had sushi yesterday. That's just one of my favorite bits. Like, it might have sounded like I was mad, but I was, like, emulating them being mad. I think it's hilarious. That they were potentially like, fine. You want the fucking Koopalings? Here's the fucking Koopalings. Oh, what's that? You don't want the Koopalings now? Well, guess what? You asked for the Koopalings. Like, I think that's funny as shit. To the point that I wish I wish it was true, because I think that level of passive aggressiveness is really funny. That's maybe a little... Yeah, this sucks. I should have done 3. No bunker, though, so... I mean, really, I think the better example is that Miyamoto has as much control as everyone else lets him have. And I think this is especially true from Japanese developers, from what I've heard. I could be totally wrong, by the way. I'm not a Japanese developer, perhaps obviously. But, just to get that level of self-awareness out there, but I think that's very much a thing where they'll, like... Again, they're afraid to question people. And I don't know, was it somebody questioning him that made him say, maybe I should back off a little bit? Or did he make that choice himself? Was he like, hey, maybe he just wanted someone else to handle it?
Nice shot.
Maybe he was just tired and he wanted a break.
Great.
Or he wanted to get into making movies, apparently. Just let him fucking garden. Like, just let him chill out and grow some fucking flowers and then say, hey, what if we turn these into little creatures that you throw at things? Like... Let the magic happen. Even though I think he still has a wide amount of control over Mario, he probably doesn't want it. What was that shot? Was that the wind that caught you? That sucked. What was I saying? Shot was distracting.
Nice.
Your daughter got arrested for assault a few weeks ago? This is what happens when you don't have control of things anymore. That's so funny. Now we have 2 examples of how it goes bad in both directions. Oh. No. Not like this. You didn't develop a baby, you developed a whole person. For 18 years you worked on developing. That's a long time to offer. You almost developed that person as long as World of Warcraft has been in development. It's a lot of development time. And I would argue that now you're not the head developer, but, you know, you're an executive producer at least.
Nice birdie.
Development hell. Aren't we all, though? That's just life, isn't it? Oh, man.
Birdie. Nice birdie. Ready? Nice shot.
The banter on golf nights is always something else. It's unfortunate because, like, my throat's tired already. But that was probably the Koopalings yelling that I was doing, to be fair.
Nice shot.
Are you winning, Riley? What's your ranking up to? Now that we've seen the try hard with 46,000 and we know how high it can go. $17.78. I don't know if that's good or not. To be honest, I don't know why I asked. You saw someone at 99999.
Nice shot.
What a fucking hacker, dude. That's unfortunate. Burker ex-boyfriend's knows that the technique that you taught her. Banger. High five. And in self-defense, the only reason she was arrested is because he was the only one injured. Simple protocol. Upon further investigation, the case was dismissed. So it wasn't a big deal.
Nice.
Don't restart your file again. This is what we call willpower, willpower control practice. You're gonna start triggering my OCD with that shit. It's getting a little out of hand. You're not gonna do that shit in Monster Hunter, are you? That'll suck. We'll be like 7 weeks in, and we're gonna be like, alright, welcome back to Nintagious. We're gonna fight the super duper molten cerulean Tigrex tonight. Everybody's ready. What do you mean you reset your file, Riley? What do you mean your hunting rank is back down to 2, Riley? Acting like she's hardcore. That's funny. What did you drop weird flex but okay on her? Because I just imagine her being like, I went to jail. Have you been to jail? It's like, no, but I don't know if we're necessarily, I don't know if you're winning that one as hard as you think you are. accidentally broke someone's leg once. I kind of really want to hear that story. Or maybe I don't. Because it's either going to be amazing or not that amazing. There's no in-between on that one. I'm under the impression with Steam Deck that, like...
Nice.
It's Linux-based, isn't it? So any game that has a Linux version should just run out of the box. I don't think they even had... I don't even think they had to do anything. That Destiny 2 one was the funny one, for sure. Like, they're just outright, like, don't you even dare try to run it on this. Like, what the fuck? I get it, because, like, if anyone tried to find a way to make it... What the shit was that shot? If anybody were trying to find a way to make it work, you're effectively hacking the game. Like, I understand why they were like, hey, don't do this. But it's still like, are they working on it? Are they gonna make the game work on Steam Deck, or are they just kind of like, fuck you? Mishap during martial arts training in the Marine Corps. Yeah, I figured that would be like the lower end of the story. It was that, or I tripped and fell on him. Squeeze before his wedding. Oh my god, that's awful.
Birdie.
Yeah, I imagine I would feel terrible about that. I would be trying so hard to make it up that they'd probably be annoyed with me. Yeah, the only thing more amazing than the shot was that it was still a bogey. It was like, I wasn't fully paying attention to like what happened. It was pretty wild. I'm mostly curious if Bungie is like, do they just not want it to work on Steam Deck for whatever reason? Are they just like, nah, we're not supporting that? Or is it just that they're like, hey, could you guys be patient? We're working on it. That's the thing that has me curious. Also, like... I'm a little agitated because Steam basically proved me right. And... You know, that's bittersweet. It's like, yeah, I was right, but then it's also like, man, motherfuck, like, not like this. And that's that, the Steam Deck was having analog drift issues shortly after launch. And, guess what? They patched it. They patched the fucking software and fixed it, which is what I was saying Nintendo needs to fucking do, and they won't do it for whatever reason. It's that fucking simple. You just have to patch it and give it a bigger dead zone. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. The really bad drift is still gonna be a problem, but you'll fix, like, the edge cases that aren't that bad. And they just... Or maybe my drift is just so bad that wouldn't fix it anyway. I don't know. Maybe they are doing that. But... I used to say that a lot, because people would be... Like, I always thought it was ridiculous that people were like, Nintendo needs to fix their Joy-Con drift. Okay, yes, but... If they fix it, you know you're gonna have to buy new controllers, right? With the exception of if they can just patch it through software. I kind of assumed that they couldn't do that. But then Steam did it, so you can clearly do it. Anyway. That's really the only thing I heard about Steam Deck so far. Like, I've heard that, like, people like... So I've heard that people like it. But... I've also heard people say that, like... I'm under the impression that only PC gamers like it. If that makes sense. If you're a multi-console owner,
Nice shot.
I've heard that most people are like, I'd still just rather play my Switch. I mean, yeah, what's he gonna do? Blame you? I didn't even consider that, Mike, with the Portal games coming out right around the release of Steam Deck. They probably don't care. I think Valve has so much money that they're like, fuck it. Who cares? It's win-win for them. It's not a competition. They're like, well, we're selling Steam Decks, and we're selling Portal on Switch too. Just full win. They have so much money they don't have to care about, like, well, we'd really rather the sales be on this particular platform. They don't care.
Nice, huh?
Which I wish Steam made more games. Because I feel like they have the budget to do it. What are they doing with all the money they make? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure the Steam platform takes a lot of, by Steam I mean Valve. When I say I wish Valve made more games. Clearly Steam, I'm sure, has an astronomical upkeep cost. But,
Nice shot.
it's still like, when was the last game they made? Made, not bought. And hell, like, they bought Dota 2. They didn't make Dota 2, they bought it. But even that was like 10 years ago now. Like, what are they doing? I don't give a fuck about Half-Life 3, but what the fuck are they waiting for? Like, what's going on? They're making hardware that nobody's buying into. Like, they're making controllers and shit that people are like, eh. So I can only hope that Steam Deck does better than that and becomes better of an investment. Because most of their hardware... Pursuals? That's not the word I'm looking for. The hardware that they've tried to do has fallen flat, and it probably was just costing them money, so... I hope it does better than that, is what I'm getting at.
Nice shot.
Okay, I thought the wind was gonna do a hell of a lot more than that, but okay. I wouldn't if I had that kind of money. There. I did it. I told you. I can think of a lot of crazy things I'd do with money. I don't think drugs are one of them. Like, not even for a second. I would travel if I had that kind of... Like, that's... I think if I had just all... If I had infinite dollars, I think I would just be like, let's go... Let's fucking go places. Let's experience new things. I don't want to take a drug that could potentially kill me. It's like, pass. I'd rather, like, travel and potentially die. I think. Because then at least I'm seeing something cool before it happens. Got your son a Series X for Christmas. First game he played was Sonic Unleashed. You are raising those kids right. You are one hell of a developer. I low-key want a Series X or S, probably an S, just to get Sonic Generations again. I'd probably get Unleashed too, but like, low-key fuck that game. Eggman Land can just fuck right off. A Holorion. 4. I'm still agitated that when you're playing ranked, it actually tells you you're on hole 1 of 3, hole 2 of 3. Why doesn't it do that here? It's so dumb. That's unfortunate. I mean, I could still travel to Hollywood and just not do that. I think if you gave me an opportunity, I can't decide how much of a joke this is. I don't think it's a joke at all. If you gave me the opportunity to either, like, two things that cost a lot of money. If you said you either have to take this hard drug, or you can try that type of puffer fish that could kill you if it's not prepared correctly, I'd probably pick the puffer fish. To be honest. I mean, you said that she went to jail over nothing, though. You said it wasn't a big deal. So it balances out in the end. It's not like she was doing coke off someone's tits and went to jail for that. Oh, this fucking hole. Okay. Blue's not here to immediately pitch it into the wind and go in the bunker. I hate to see that.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Yeah, or that. That would also have been bad. Would she have still been arrested for that? Because she's not the one doing it. She's just providing the surface. Is that still I mean, you're still engaging in the activity, right? Law is weird. Yeah. Excuse me. I remember after the Xboxes came out, I saw tweets that were like, it took 10 years, but technology's finally caught up to Sonic Unleashed. And I was like, yeah, it's awesome.
Nice shot.
Closest it got before that was that Generations mod that ported the stages over, and even that wasn't 60 FPS. Because Jungle Joyride is a hell of a drug. No, we were just saying, like, that's not what she went to jail for. If she would have gone to jail for that, then it would have been a problem.
Nice shot.
But then I said, if she was the one they were doing the cocaine off of, would she have gone to jail? Can you get arrested for that? She's not the one doing it. She's not the one selling it. Unless she is the one selling it. Does that come as a bundle service? Oh, man. This has gotten pretty stupid. Yeah, exactly. She would just be providing the service. She's still... not service. Surface. Still engaging in the activity, though. In a roundabout way. But what if they were asleep when it happened? Law is weird. Where's Twain at? We need some clarification here. He probably doesn't know. He might. I don't know. Has it been in an Ace Attorney case? I don't think it has been. I don't think he's covered a case like that in real life. I don't think the world of divorce and child support and immigration deals with that sort of thing. Unless it's a really fucked up case, but probably not.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Yeah, because I think they tend to just be like, arrest everybody and then we'll figure it out later.
Ready?
So yeah, probably. Alright, we got this asshole tree over here. I think I like that shot. That's totally fine. We're gonna have to really kill this, like, max power, though. Which I maybe don't like the idea of. So I think we're actually gonna pitch it over here.
Nice shot.
Beauty. The question is, would Twain think this is as ridiculous? Would he think this is more ridiculous or less ridiculous than your question about the opening a portal to hell thing? And the zoning rights?
Nice shot.
I mean, it doesn't have to be your daughter. It can just be a generic person. It doesn't even have to be a woman. If you don't want to be that involved in it, you don't have to be. She didn't actually do it. It's fine. In a hypothetical, we can replace that with anyone. The only reason we wouldn't be able... Nah, I'm not going to go down that road. Never mind.
Nice shot.
Except now Mike's going to be like, oh, well, now you have to go down that road. Because that's just the way you roll, and I respect it. Nice. Fuck that guy. He knows what he did. I have to poke Blue on Discord soon, I think. In fact, I probably should, because this is the last hole, isn't it? At least let her know that, like, there is room if she wants back in. Just in case she was waiting for whatever reason. Unless Theo's still around and wants back in as well. I don't think he is, though. Oh boy, I'm glad I held that back.
Nice shot.
I didn't hit it hard enough, though. Okay, we're fine. That was a little scary. Backspin... I need to stop using super backspin. Like, that usually doesn't work as well as I want it to. I'm gonna go poke Blue really quick.
Nice approach.
Imagine if this game's soundtrack was as good as Mario Kart 8's. And this game's soundtrack is fine.
Nice
I don't think it's
approach.
bad. It's just kind of, like, bland.
Nice approach.
Whoa, that's not where I was going with that, Mike. At all. If your goal was to make me feel like where I was going with it wasn't that strange, I think you succeeded. I want to play Monster Hunter, dude. Fuck. I want it.
Birdie putt.
I mean, I think you're down for fucking with anyone's mind, right?
Nice birdie. Birdie putt. Nice birdie.
Oh. Here, I thought I had to line up a shot.
Nice par.
Oh yeah, this is it. Okay. I forgot to randomize the other character that I unlocked, but oh well.
Nice par.
Whoops, that's the wrong one. Wow! 2 under from Wiggler, who would have thought? Never thought I'd see the day. Well, I didn't lose as many points on that one, but it still hurts. Yeah, a whole 2 under. He was going hard. Not beyond repair, though. You're not without your limit. Let's face it. At the ages we're at, can our minds really be warped that much? Even, like... I mean, you served in the military. Even as someone who just stays home with the internet, I've still seen some fucked up stuff. Like... I don't think you can't do any damage that I haven't already seen on 4chan. You know what I mean? It's the younger generation you have to watch out for, because they can be damaged. You don't want to introduce them to some of that shit. I'm gonna go ahead with Mario, I guess. I forgot to randomize the other characters again, but I know that I have, don't go to 4chan, kids. Just don't do it. I have regrets. Would not recommend. I don't know, maybe it's better these days. I doubt it, though. I find that very unlikely. Let's go to Bowser Highlands instead, just in the interest of not pushing Blue directly into Spiky Palms. Because we have such a, like, pattern of Blue will be like, I can play, and I'm like, onwards to Spiky Palms. So let's, like, do something different. Neither. You have no reason to know how to spell it, because you should never go there. It will damage you. You might think you're already damaged, but I can guarantee it gets worse. I guess the good thing is that I'm, like, kind of desensitized to a lot of that shit as a result, so...
Ready?
Ew. I unlocked Luigi and another use for Mario. I mean, I guess Luigi's fine. I don't think I have his Superstar Clubs yet anyway, so... Oh, I don't like this shot. That is not where that hole always is. That's what she said. I'm pretty sure that's on the right fairly often. That's probably what he said in response. Anyway. I'm sorry, Blue, because I shit you not, I had not made a single one of those jokes until you get back, and it's a complete coincidence.
shot.
Hell, maybe if our roster peters out kind of early tonight, maybe I'll pivot to Monster Hunter for a little bit. Speaking to a man who once threatened to tear off a man's face and wear it like a mask while he violated his aforementioned man's mother. I mean, but you didn't do it. You just... There's one thing that's more fucked up than what you just said, and that's if you actually did it. How did you actually find it when we were, like, deliberately trying to keep you away? Anyway, whatever. You're, like, 17 now, right? I probably knew of 4chan at that age. I don't know, is that a thing that in, like, 2003? Probably, right?
Nice, huh?
Or were those the 3chan days? Wasn't that a thing that, like, it used to be the others and they kept getting, like, killed by various things, so they just kept making another one? And then that one's been around for like a long time. Anyway.
Nice shot.
I remember there was a 5 briefly, but it like never actually took off. Maybe, hell, it might still exist, I don't know. I try to stay away from that corner of the internet now. I've seen enough fucked up things to last me a while. 16, whatever. Fuck! Hit it too hard.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Extra Scorpion. How do you just know that? I don't even know my sign. That's a lie. I'm pretty sure it's a Libra. You know... Man, I wound up at the rough? What the fuck? I'm gonna deliberately undershoot this time because I'm a coward. You're really only 16? I guess that math makes sense. Where's the time go? This upcoming anniversary will be 4 years of streaming. I still regularly say that, and I'm like, God, has it been 4 years? Some of those years just blend together.
Bogey.
Was I playing Monster Hunter 3 when you found the channel? That's wild, because I did not stream that game very long. That was a very small window. It was like right before Generations came out, I think. That couldn't have been more than like 4 episodes. That was like a very small window. I cite that pretty often, though. It's strange, because, like, World and Rise in particular, like, didn't bring me any new viewers, which is really strange, because Generations did.
Nice shot.
I can only figure it's because Generations wasn't mainstream enough and there weren't a lot of people playing it. But then World kind of, like, popped it off, and then by the time I played Rise, it was like everybody was fucking playing it. Which is still frustrating, like, because I remember at the time, with Generations, I remember complaining no one else is playing Monster Hunter, and I wish more people would check it out. And then Rise came out, other people were playing Rise, and I was like, this is great, because other people are checking it out, but on the other hand, my view counts are lower now, and that sucks. Anyway. Now, you're still a youngin' for at least another, like, 4 years. Yeah, 4 years since streaming. The channel itself is 8 years. No, 7 years? 7 years. 7 years. No. 9 years. 9 years. I went in the opposite direction. Started the channel in 2013. First upload was on March 14th, so I've just made that the first, like, the official anniversary. Mostly because I wasn't recording, like, I didn't keep those early streams, so I don't actually know when I started streaming. But it was in March. I know that much. It was right after they announced Smash Ultimate was a thing. Because that was when I was like, I should get back into doing YouTube stuff. And I'm pretty sure that was announced somewhere in March.
Nice on.
March 8th, 2018.
Nice shot.
Not an adult until you have the money to buy all the games and no time to play them. Cool! That makes me feel a lot more grown up than I usually feel.
Nice.
So definitely nailed that one. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I think that qualifies as no time to play them. Although I guess there's a difference between not having time and not making time. I guess. Hey Brian, how's it going? Alright, so this is gonna seem very confrontational, and I don't mean it to sound confrontational. I'm just legitimately curious. Since we have a pretty big hangout tonight. Does just nobody want to watch Pokemon Legends? Is that just a thing? Because I realize that's all I've been playing for a while, but those streams have been doing remarkably poorly. And I'm just legitimately curious. Do people just not enjoy watching it? Because it's amazing that Mario Golf is doing better than Pokemon Legends. It's hysterically amazing to me. Again, it sounds super confrontational, and I don't mean it to be. I'm just legitimately curious. That was not hard enough. You want to play it yourself. That's fair. Yeah, it's the... I mean, I'm not going to hold it against anybody for not being here, but that's, like, surely one of the more justifiable reasons, is that you want to play it yourself. Oh, it hurts. I'm just going to lay my head down for a moment. I'm just... I need a minute.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, being busy is fair too, and it like maybe that's all it was. Maybe it was just everybody happened to get busy at the same time, which is just unfortunate, but it's no one's fault.
Nice par.
See? Coulter hasn't been here in like 5 years. That's a clear exaggeration, but it's either that or YouTube's actually giving a fuck about like telling people that I'm live tonight. Maybe that's all there is to it too. Anyway, Coulter, how's it going? Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to be like, what the fuck? What are you doing here? It's just that was like the topic of that. I've been playing Pokemon Legends a lot and like nobody seems to care. And I think it's a combination of just people were busy, some people want to play it themselves, and I think YouTube isn't telling people I'm live when I'm playing it. I think that might be part of it.
Ready?
It's amazing to me that I've seen like 7 people tonight that I haven't seen in months. And it's like, what the heck? Like, is YouTube actually doing its job? It's wild. Like I said, don't get me wrong, I appreciate everybody stopping in, but I'm also like, where were you during the Pokemon Legends episodes where I had 19 people total? Either I'm doing something wrong, Pokemon's doing something wrong, or YouTube's doing something wrong.
Nice shot.
One of the streamers with whom I can have a conversation, you don't tell me my pronouns are wrong. What? You can't tell someone their pronouns are wrong. Only they know if their pronouns are right. Right? Isn't that... Okay, we probably shouldn't go too far down that path, but... What streamer tried to do that to you is, like, the bigger thing. It's like, what?
Nice shot.
Ah, fuck. Pokemon taught me that the proper pronoun is it. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I've had a very bad habit when playing Pokemon Legends that I refer to, like, every Pokemon as he. And I've been trying to correct myself and at least pay attention to the fact that, like, you know, they fucking have genders. I'm just very bad at paying attention to them. Who the fuck's my charger? It's all tangled up.
Nice shot.
To be fair, now that I'm in post-game of Pokemon, it's just running around doing Pokedex research, which is probably not the most entertaining thing. But even when I was doing the storyline, I felt like it was just very low interest. Despite the fact that Pokemon typically does pretty well when I play them.
Nice shot.
I'm starting to think it's just a YouTube thing. I think maybe I had to give YouTube a couple days off, and now it's like, oh, right, you want us to send notifications to people. Because it has been, like, what was the last day I streamed on YouTube? Like, Sunday? It was way far back there. Like, I took a lot of days off this week. Not off, because I put in 3 days on Twitch, but, you know. You're playing Stardew Valley again? Oh, no. Same file, or did you start a new one?
Nice, huh?
Yeah, that's fair, Mike. I get what you're saying. That's a thing, too. Sometimes people just stop watching streams. And I guess the issue is... And again, a lot of you guys haven't been here to, like, even hear me talk about a lot of this. And, like I said earlier, I don't mean to bring it up constantly, it's just, it's been very relevant. It's been kinda stressing me the fuck out, so I've been needing to get it off of my chest. I think the issue for a while there is, like, that was happening. People were either getting busy, or they were just stopping with watching streams, or they didn't want to watch something because they wanted to play the game themselves, and they didn't want spoilers. These were all understandable reasons. The problem is during that happening, YouTube hasn't been filtering new people to me, like, at all. So it's just, it's created an illusion of people losing interest, when that's, like, not necessarily the case.
Nice, huh?
Like, it's... The Pokemon Legends playthrough is done very poorly for me on YouTube. Which is sad, because I'm having a lot of fun playing it, but it is not done well. Which doesn't make any sense. Like, at all. And I do think there's part of it that's just, like, there's too many people playing the game. The other big one I think of is Age of Calamity when that came out. Fucking no one seemed to care about that, which is wild. And the only thing I can figure is that there's too many people playing it.
Nice, oh, yeah.
Nice. I don't know, it was very alarming to me that it was, like I said, I think I've seen, like, 6 or 7 people tonight that I haven't seen in a really long time, and I'm like, okay, what changed? It just seems so bizarre. But then, like, with the Pokemon thing, I get it. Even with a stream that with streamers that I watch a lot of, even if they're playing something that everybody else is playing, I'm gonna look for the more, like, the option with more variety, like, every time. So, I get that.
Birdie.
Just sucks because Legends is super fun and I think people should play it. That's true too, Mike, yeah. But this has not been a thing for... That's only been a thing for, like, a week, right? I've been noticing issues with YouTube for, like, honestly, like, 2 years. And I just kind of sucked it up and was like, it'll get better, smile. And I've mentioned before that, like, in the YouTube gaming days, it was very... You could kind of feel the ebb and flow of YouTube, where some weeks it would be real good, and then some weeks it would be just real bad. And it was usually just, they fucked up notifications and they're not working this week. Or, hey, the algorithm is slightly different and now people are showing the streams, I'm just getting all these people. And then this week, oh, just nothing's happening. But now, in the last, like, 2 years, I haven't felt that at all. It's just felt like the tide has been out, just perpetually. Maybe should have hit that a little bit harder, but that should be fine. And yeah, since that started, I think I've only done, like, 2 YouTube streams. This past week especially was really focusing on speedruns over on Twitch. And also just giving Pokemon a break, because I saw that one person in another stream say there's way too many fucking Pokemon streams, and I don't think they were I don't think they were targeting me when they said that, but I still took that as a, hey, maybe I should just give it a break for a little bit. Even though I'm so close to finishing it. So... It's the funny thing about the human condition, nothing gets better or worse, it just changes, becomes different. Whether or not that's better or worse is a matter of personal perspective. Yeah, like... It's funny that a lot of people that have been watching the channel for a very long time probably hear me mentioning that I'm moving certain streams to Twitch, and they probably think it's the end times, because I am historically very anti-Twitch. But it has changed my perspective of things, because speedruns have been doing very well over there. I think speedruns have typically not done very well on YouTube. They do better on Twitch. And I've met a lot of people that are either speedrunners themselves, or have just been playing the Mega Man games for the first time. Which has been amazing, because that doesn't really happen on YouTube that much. Has that changed my mind and made me say Twitch is just better? Not fully. It's still teetering. I think both platforms still have their ups and their downs. But it has put me in a better mental state, for sure. Whereas when I was focusing solely on YouTube, I was feeling like I was just spinning my tires and not getting anywhere. I needed to do something different. Screaming at the top of his lungs at Isn't he like, doesn't he have a kid now? He's gotta dial it back on that energy. Or is it the other son? Might be the other son, to be fair. You should, Blue. I've been very pleased, actually, with the amount of people that have come over to Twitch. Because I was... Something that was always... Something that always deterred me from doing both or outright switching was I felt like I would have to start over. Because I was fairly confident that no one would follow. I think only, like, 2 regulars haven't followed at this point. And, like, I'm not gonna, like, try to pressure them or anything. Like, if they don't want to, they don't want to. I've had people that I watch that switch to Twitch, and I'm just like, nah, I'm not doing that. So, I'm not gonna hold it against anybody. But I've been pleased at the amount of people that have come over there. But I have to ask, you say you don't want to change your username back? What did you change it to? I mean, you don't have to change it. As long as I know who you are, it's fine. Am I, like, the only person that landed on the green, or did I fall off too? I think I'm the only person that landed on the green. You hate to see that. Before suddenly calming down and saying in a monotone voice, it better not suck. Is he one of those National Dex assholes from Sword and Shield? Who insisted the game is bad just because you can't catch all 900 Pokemon? If that's the case, he's gonna hate Generation 9, because you're not gonna be able to catch every single Pokemon. So, he just better come to terms with that now. Otherwise, I don't think it's gonna suck. I think... I would honestly probably put Pokemon games up there with Kirby games, where I think that they're typically of a high enough quality that most people will like them. Unless you start really nitpicking down to the nitty-gritty. Yeah, which I'm mixed on that thing with that Twitch sent you that email about notifications. From a user perspective, from a viewer perspective, that's like kind of awesome because you get less spam emails. From a streamer perspective, that sucks. Oh, you did it when Xenoblade 3 was announced too.
Birdie.
I have a very different approach to stuff like that. I'm too glued to the screen, because I'm like, show me everything.
Nice birdie.
I want to just see it all. I don't want to miss a moment. Whenever I watch a reaction video of somebody, like, popping off and they're jumping around, I'm like, dude, you're not watching the trailer. Like, how can you watch that Smash Ultimate trailer where they show everyone is here, and you're jumping around all over the place, missing half of the characters? And then the end of the video comes and you're like, where was such and such a character? You weren't paying attention, bitch! That's on you. But if it's legitimate excitement, I can't really hold it against anybody. In the Smash example, it's the idiots that see Mario pop out and they're like, oh, fuck! Oh, it's Mario! And then they're like, where's Samus? Dude, they literally showed Samus second. What's wrong with you? Pay attention. You don't have to pop off when fucking Mario pops out of the fucking pipe. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Last weekend, you played the entire campaign of Mario Galaxy in like 2 days. I did it in 3 hours. I attempted to speedrun that game. But it wasn't fun, so I'm not really proud of it. I did not like speedrunning that game. Is this the last hole? I'm totally not. I'll do attention. I don't think people do want the Pokemon Home option.
Ready?
I think they want them all in one game, which is unrealistic. I think it's a fact of, like, I don't think Pokemon fans know what the fuck they want. Do you remember that one interview, and I don't know if this was Miyamoto that said this. There was an interview where one of the Splatoon developers basically said players don't know what the fuck they want. And it was a really, like... I think they specifically said players don't know what they want, we know what they want. And it was a very, like... arrogant thing to say, but it was also fucking true. Like, it was true as fuck. The people that are complaining about, like, the National Dex and Sword and Shield, they don't know what they want in a video game. Like, they don't know that that's what they want. They think that's what they want. But they don't know that. That's why they just make a big deal out of fucking nothing all the time. If they're actually complaining about the fact that they can't bring every Pokemon in, that's even worse than what I thought they were complaining about. Either way, they're not going to all be in the game, so they should probably just come to terms with that now. First of all, if anyone watched the Gen 9 reveal and the only thing on their mind was National Dex, you need to get a fucking life. Because that's absurd. I'm fucking cynical as fuck, and I tend to look at things and say stuff like, it better not suck, but holy shit, if that's the only thing you could think of when you saw that reveal, you have an issue. But also, if they spend the next 6 months being on the edge of their seat, being like, is it going to have the national dex? Is it going to have the... Nintendo 83, bingo card, is it going to have the national dex? You have a problem. You have a problem. The only thing I defended them on is that one time Game Freak said that the reason it didn't have all the Pokemon was because animating them was too much fucking work. That was a load of bullshit. That was 100% a load of bullshit. Now, they also said it's because of game balance. That makes sense. The animation thing is fucking bullshit, and they know it. I think it's just that animation's a lot of work, makes a lot more sense to people than game balance is a lot of work. Because the average person doesn't understand game balance. They probably don't understand animation either, but it's a little bit easier to understand. But until the Pokemon just, like, say, like, this is your Meowth, and you say to use a move, and Meowth is just, like, no animation, it's just the model just moves and bounces towards the enemy. As long as that continues to be a thing, too much animation is a fucking bullshit excuse, and they know it. I am completely confident that they know it. Once every Pokemon has a unique animation for every single move, then I will agree that that's a lot of animation work. But until you make a move where they just bounce and then bounce towards the enemy, you can literally apply that to every single model in the game. That's not animation work. Oh no. That was so close. Like, that one tilted me, because I was like, they have to know that's a bullshit excuse, right? They just think people are gonna fall for it.
Nice shot.
I don't think any legendary should return. It's a stupid bullshit legendary. But you should care about it because it's a legendary Pokemon, and that's the way they think. They love the legendary carrot on a stick.
Great.
It's very lazy. Calling it lazy writing is an injustice to lazy writing, because it's not even writing.
Nice shot. Nice on.
I hate this hole, so I'm very glad that it's going well. Excuse me. Oh, in Sword and Shield?
Nice shot.
I thought you meant in Legends, because they did a lot more animation work in Legends, for sure. And that's probably because there's only, like, just over 200, like, about 250 Pokemon. Which, see what happens when they narrow their scope? And then they can put in more effort on all of them, and it just overall looks better. But anyway. Yes and no, because, like, I don't think every Pokemon shows up in the overworld. And some of them might be reused.
Nice on.
Because, for example, you see a Pokemon, you throw your Pokemon out, and you go into battle. it zooms in on the other Pokemon and they, like, roar, right? They have, like, a little animation of just roaring. That's the same animation they use in Legends when an Alpha sees you and roars at you. It's the same roar. So, and probably in Sword and Shield, too, if anything sees you and, like, roars at you. That's an existing animation. Does everything have a working run cycle? I don't know. I mean, yes. Because you can let one of them follow you in Sword and Shield, so it... Was that in the expansion that they let you do that?
Nice birdie.
So yes, but I think they tried to say it from a combat perspective. Because I think they were trying to say, like, even if you're, like, playing competitively, no, you can't use every Pokemon. That doesn't matter. Then the overworld doesn't matter if they're talking competition. That was how I read it, at least. It's been a while. It's hard to believe that game's been out for, like, 3 years.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
But I think they used that as an excuse for why you couldn't just pull every Pokemon into the game for competitive as well. And that's where I focused in on the combat and said, that's bullshit. They also tried to say that they had to, like, polish up all of the models, and I was like, that's also bullshit. I'm pretty sure you guys haven't made new models since X and Y. Like, you deliberately future-proofed those models so that you could use them in fucking everything, which is smart, don't get me wrong, but you can't do that and then be like, oh yeah, by the way, this is a lot of work. And it's like, yeah, it was a lot of work once. Now everything's just set to go. Which, again, was smart. They used the same models in Pokemon Go. They probably used the same in Legends, if I had to guess. I haven't looked at them that closely, but probably. Hell, I think they used the same models in Pokemon Unite. And again, smart decision. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. You just can't make a decision like that and then also be like, oh, art's hard. Like, yeah, but you ever heard work smarter, not harder? And you are working smarter. You're just acting like you're working harder. Like, don't bullshit us. At least with the balance excuse, it's like, you know, that's a good excuse. Balancing 900 Pokemons, and how many different attacks are there? There has to be just as many, if not more. Like, that's a lot of shit. And personally, I like the idea of, like, even though in the reference I'm about to make, I thought it was dumb. Using Hearthstone as an example, Hearthstone has, like, rotating seasons, which I thought was stupid in Hearthstone, but I kind of like it from a Pokemon perspective, because it means people have to use different teams. They can't just roll with Lucario, Gengar, Garchomp, and 3 legendaries. 2 legendaries, I forgot Charizard. Apologies. How could I forget Charizard? They have to actually, like, use some fucking imagination to make a team. And that's what it looked like to me when people complained about the national decks. They were like, we can't use Garchomp? We can't use the same Pokemon we've been overusing in competitive for the last 10 years? This is bullshit. It's like, no, it's not. I strongly support that decision. And really, as I said, the long and short of it is it's gonna happen again in Gen 9. And if anybody thinks it's not gonna happen, you should probably just get over it. Because it's probably gonna happen. I could be wrong. They might surprise me, but
Nice shot.
you also have to look at it as Gen 9 is going to have over 1,000 Pokemon, if it has all of them. That will be the 1,000 mark. We're already at, what, like 908 or something like that? It will easily be the 1,000 mark.
Nice shot.
Yeah, and that was the other problem I had with the National Dex bullshit, is then they backed down on it in the expansion. And not only did they back down and say, fine, we'll add most of them back in, but we're gonna make you pay for it, which was a pretty shitty move. Even though I thought it was kind of funny, because you're literally telling the people who are bitching to put their money where their mouth is, and, like, I almost support that, but I don't approve of them backing down and saying, fine, we'll give you what you want. That's always a bad idea, in my opinion. Especially when people are being toxic about it. It's one thing if it's a very supportive community saying, hey, here's a change you should make, and they're being civil about it, but people that were bitching about the National Dex weren't being civil. They were just being toxic. They were dislike bombing videos. That's the type of community you don't back down to them. Because now that sets a dangerous precedent. Now anyone's upset about anything in Gen 9, all we gotta do is fucking bully Pokemon on Twitter. No. You set a very dangerous precedent there.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Needs to be one Pokemon that looks like an anime waifu. I think there's a couple of them. I think there's a couple of them. You could already make that claim. I don't know if there's enough to make a full team, but it's gotta be close.
Nice shot.
Yeah, and one of the times they took more than a year was because they were switching platforms, right? That's usually when they took longer.
Nice on.
But yeah, I'm amazed by the fact that Gen 9's coming out already. They were literally like, it's 11 months away. Like, excuse me? Legends just came out. You maniacs. You freaks, if you will. Absolute game freak. You see? Okay, anyway, moving on. Go up on our terms, yeah. That's kind of what they did. You can't bully Nintendo, they don't care. That is true. That's something else that I have pointed out. I forget what the last big thing that people were like, we're gonna bitch about this on social media, and I was like, Nintendo doesn't fucking care. You can make all the noise you want on Twitter, you could get it trending for 3 months straight, Nintendo does not fucking care. I don't know if that's a Japanese developer thing. Like, did they just not give a fuck, or just a culture thing? Do they just not care about social media that much? I'm not sure. Nintendo doesn't, though. They don't give a fuck. If they gave a fuck, we'd have Mother 3 by now.
Birdie.
But they don't care. Now, Pokemon might care. It is a different company.
Nice
What?
birdie.
Excuse me? This is the last hole.
Birdie.
They just have better quality than Call of Duty. I wouldn't say that's when they stopped caring, because all of the Switch lifespan has been them trying to, like, fix what the Wii U did. Because everyone thought the Wii U was just... Everyone thought that Nintendo was a fucking joke after the Wii U.
Nice birdie.
And now that they're back on top, they know they're on top. Which is something I'm not a big fan of, at times. Because they sometimes kind of, like... I wish they...
Nice par.
They clearly love money. They clearly love money. Which, like, obviously they do, but... Did I mark off... No, this is our 5th round. That makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Blue, I think you said you could only do one more. Whoops. As in, that was the one more? Yeah, but the games themselves aren't shitty like Call of Duty is. I would not be surprised if Call of Duty games just don't have quality control. Because they don't have to care. Until recently. People were still buying the games, like, without question. Overall Pokemon quality is definitely higher than overall Call of Duty quality. Even though I hate 5th gen, and I will regularly say I fucking hate 5th gen, most of my problem is just the story and the characters. The game is still constructed well. It still, like, functions as a game. It's not like a broken mess. The only games that were, like, a broken mess was Generation 1. Those games were held together by toothpicks. And some sort of adhesive that wasn't very sticky. Like, it was a fucking mess. But it was because of ambition's sake. They were trying to do it. Like, they were trying to do something that was probably a little ahead of its time. On a Game Boy, of all fucking things. But otherwise, the games have been well constructed. And then if you go and watch Twain play Warzone, like, holy shit, that game's a fucking mess. Every other week there's a new problem. It's awful. The worst thing I can think of from the past, like, decade was that X and Y had serious frame rate issues. That's, like, the only thing I can think of where, like, from, an objective performance standpoint, and that's, like, that's what I'm comparing right now. I'm looking at game quality. Not design quality, but, like, how well does the game stand up? Does it perform well? And the only thing I can really think of is, like, they do have frame rate issues pretty frequently. They don't, like, crash constantly or anything like that. Also, take it easy, Blue. I don't think I actually said that. I don't know when we'll do this again. Maybe I'll try to hold myself to 2 weeks. Because it is a grand old time. So I'm just totaling these. I think I'm going to take a real quick break before we hop off in the next one too, by the way. I think it's pee break time. I'm actually thinking after this quarter, by the end of March, I might stop keeping score, to be honest. It's kind of tedious, and I don't know if it's really adding much anymore. I might still keep doing the randomizer part with the roster, for my sake, because I do think that helps to keep it interesting. I don't think the score's doing anything to keep me interested anymore. If anything, I just get frustrated when my handicap is 4 under, and then I basically have to play, like, the best I've ever played to not kill my score. What, Mike? You're not wrong, but also what? I think it was just the internet functionality in general was poorly designed. I kind of include that in frame rate. It's clearly not the same thing, but that was mostly the issue, is just that the game got really choppy when it was online. So it was a similar issue, even though it was a different source causing it. And, like, Legends has, like, some frame rate issues here and there. It's not as bad in Sword of Shields was, but they still exist. Alright, like I said, I'm gonna take a real short break. I'm gonna hop up and do that before Mike distracts me with whatever he just said. But I'll be right back. And we'll do, I don't know, Charlie, how much more do you think you have in you? Maybe, we are at 4 hours, maybe we'll just do one more. 1 or 2 more. I don't think we'll go much later than that. 1 or 2 more. These take anywhere between like 30 and 45 minutes, so 1 or 2 more. We'll play it by ear. We'll gauge it. We'll see what happens when we finish the next one. Anyway, stay tuned. If you need a break yourself, it is a good opportunity to do so, especially if you're one of the ones playing. It's a definitely good opportunity to do so. Otherwise, we will take off on our next round, which will probably be Spiky Palms as soon as I get back. So stay tuned. Okay, what did Mike say? Whoa. What? Wait, but you said with a straw that you mind control with your dick, but then you said, but you don't control it with your mind. Yeah, you control it with your... So is it with your dick or the mind of a honey badger? Now I'm confused. I sense a little bit of drunken inconsistency there. In the interest of keeping a score still, doing 9 holes is going to screw up the handicap system we have going, so we'll just do 6. We could also do the Superstar one, which takes longer. I fortunately have not seen any of that fan art. I've seen some good fan art already, but I haven't seen any of that. I have not made a claim on those 3 yet. I think it's similar to... I said the same thing in Sword and Shield, I think, where it's like, I can't make a decision based on the first stage. I have to think about what they could potentially evolve into. I do think as far as the first stage go that Sprigatito, I think that's probably the winner of the first 3 stages. But I also think that evolution is the most predictable. It's probably going to be a lion with some sort of, like, foliage mane. Which sounds pretty cool. I'm into it. But I feel like the other 2 might potentially have more ridiculous evolutions that... I mean, one of them's a fucking apple alligator. It's an apple gator. An apple-alligator. Like, what? How would you not want to see where that goes? Like... And I'm just kind of a supporter of duck Pokemon in general, so that one's also good. I'd say it's all good things. I'm gonna Luigi if Charlie's not going to. If you want to play as Luigi, go for it. I'm not saying not to. Because I could also do Toadette or Koopa. And I think we'll just put Wiggler back in. Is that what you wanted to pick, or do you need another moment? Did you run out of time? I'll give you a moment anyway. Oh, you can ascertain for your son's rambling was holy shit, one of them's a duck. Yeah, the water one's a duck, the grass one's a cat. And it's probably the cutest of the 3. And then, yeah, the fire one is like an apple crocodile. It's really bizarre. I wouldn't say I love it, but it definitely has me intrigued. Because it's just like, wait, what? I maybe have a good feeling about the duck, too, though. It's kind of tricky. I traditionally go grass or water. I very, very, very rarely go fire. This might be a good opportunity to go fire.
Ready?
And yeah, Charlie, Champ has not been here. It wasn't there at the beginning. It was probably several months ago that they added it already, but it was not a thing right at the start. Well, the difference there is that Silver's a shitty character with a mediocre design anyway, so that one isn't as big of a deal. I do think Sprigatito is like a good design. Oh, he's definitely not going for the cat then, is what you're telling me. Take it easy, Brian, by the way. Thanks for stopping in.
Nice shot.
And again, I think it came off as confrontational earlier, but I do appreciate everybody being here. It's worth pointing that out. My first thought that the duck was gonna become one of those palace guards with the big furry hats. That was before I started reading about people thinking it was gonna be in Spain. But that was my first guess. Because I very quickly was like, this looks like Galar again. It looks very similar. So I was like, maybe that's where they're going with it. And then I started reading everybody saying stuff about Spain, and I was like, well, I don't know shit about geography, so I'm just gonna defer to your judgment there, because defer, whatever. I didn't say I dislike confrontation, just that I regretted that sounding like confrontation. But it was an inevitable thing that, with the way YouTube has been, like, kind of treating me lately, that is really unfortunate. That inevitably was going to come a time where YouTube was actually gonna have, like, actually tell people I'm live, and I was gonna be like, where the fuck have you guys been? Like, it was just... It was an inevitability. My favorite 2 pieces of fan art that I saw. One was simply titled Kroggers, and it was... How do you pronounce that? Just Fucoco? It was him and Totodile both looking at each other, staring and making the Poggers face. And I was like, that's some good shit. And then the other one was introducing the new team for Generation 9, which was Nobody Expects Team Inquisitor. And I was like, that's fucking good, dude. That's some good shit. Nah, if anything, it'll be like Fire Dragon or something. Which they've never had a starter. Now, does Charizard... No, Charizard becomes flying. It's Mega Evolution of this dragon. I wouldn't even put money on Dragon, though. I kind of have a bad feeling they're just going to remain pure types again, which I wasn't a big fan of. Looking back, I didn't care for the Sword and Shield starters very much. I still think they dropped the ball on Rillaboom, both name and design. Like, I feel like there was a lot more potential there.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Yeah, honestly, I'd be down for them making a different type type cycle for the starters. I think the one I came up with once was Rock, Ground, and Ice.
Nice approach.
That loops, right? Yeah. You could also do, like, Fighting, Dark, and Psychic or something. Yeah, I'm tired of Fire, Water, Grass. I'd be pogging out if they made it a different type combination. I'd be totally down for that. And they exist, as I just pointed out. So it's not like... I mean, a lot of types you couldn't do it with, like electric. Because electric only has one weakness. So it would have to be ground. And then you'd have to find something that ground is weak to that lightning can beat, which would be water, which just doesn't work. Yeah, they've done it as secondary typings. They do it in Legends, too. But, fuck that. They should do it as the primary typing.
Nice part. Ready?
That's like saying you don't like vanilla ice cream, you prefer chocolate, and someone's like, well, it's vanilla with chocolate chips. It's not chocolate ice cream, though. It's splitting the difference, but, like, that's not what we want. I think they're too afraid to mix it up because they think they're going to confuse people. But I think people are more capable of understanding shit than they might think. That's something Nintendo in general has a problem with sometimes, is I think they do think that the average gamer is just fucking stupid.
Nice shot.
I don't know. I'd argue against that. Grass has like 6 goddamn weaknesses. I think it's 5, but that's still a lot.
Nice shot.
Water has 2. That's not very balanced. I think Dark only has 2 weaknesses too. I think Psychic has 3. Fighting has 2, I think. Pretty sure there's another one that I'm just forgetting. Oop, I don't like that. Back it up. But yeah, I don't know. Grass kind of just throws that completely out the window. Grass is like not a very strong type as far as that goes. They have a just assload of weaknesses. Remember the conversation? You might not have been there for that. I had a big conversation during Electrode, because I was like, doesn't making Voltorb a grass type just makes him worse? It gives him, like, 5 new weaknesses. And he doesn't really, like, gain anything from it. Yeah, so replace it with Rock, and there you go. I think Ground has 3 weaknesses. Ice has like 4. Ice has a lot of weaknesses too. So that particular combination might not work very well because they all have a lot of weaknesses, I guess. And then let's not forget how many of the grass types become poison types and gain a weakness to fucking Ground and Psychic, which is not a thing you'd want to wish on anybody. To be fair, the average gamer is pretty fucking stupid. Yes and no. Yes and no. Overall, I'd agree, especially when you start looking at mainstream gamers, like normcore gamers, if you will, that kind of only play, like, Mario Kart, and that's the only thing they play. I probably would not give them a Monster Hunter game and expect them to be able to figure it out. But I think if someone plays a variety of games, that they're probably pretty good at adapting to a new game on the fly pretty quickly. Normcore is a term that I learned from internet celebrity Brad Pritchard,
Nice shot.
and I thought it was really funny.
Nice on. Nice shot.
I assume it means exactly what it sounds like it means. Maybe it doesn't, but I took it as the people who are really fucking hardcore about being normal.
Nice on.
I.e. the people that guy that Riley saw in Mario Kart that had a 46,000 rating, he's fucking normcore as fuck. Like, he's super hardcore, but it's about something as super mainstream as Mario Kart. You never heard a term that you not only didn't understand, but also immediately understood. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just get it. The first time I heard Brad say it, I was like, that's fucking... It was... What the fuck did you just say? But also, that's fucking brilliant. Oh, baby!
Nice birdie.
I don't know if he came up with it, or if he just, like, heard it. I don't want to give him too much credit. Apparently, normcore is a fashion term. Which leads me to think that maybe he did come up with it, and it just happens to already be a thing elsewhere? I don't know. I'd have to ask him. It does sound very Brad, you're not wrong.
Birdie.
It was definitely one of those words where I was like, that is immediately going into my vocabulary. And now I just have the challenge of not overusing it.
Nice birdie.
But I think it describes that niche of, like, if you could even call it a niche, because it's very fucking mainstream, of, like, YouTube streamers that only play Mario games. That's, like, the normcore crowd, for sure. They're all like, yeah, we're hardcore gamers, but we only play Mario games.
Ready?
Yeah, I'd argue that grass isn't a great offensive type either. It doesn't have that aerial ace edge, if you know what I mean. Like, flying moves aren't good because of flying-type Pokemon. They're good because fucking everything can learn aerial ace. Grass doesn't have... Grass and water and fire, they don't have those moves that are like, everything can fucking learn this. And it's just a really strong move. Aerial ace isn't that strong, but it's pretty goddamn strong.
Nice shot.
If anything, I think fire has the edge because a lot of their stuff can burn. And being able to apply a burn is, like, pretty good.
Nice shot.
Can imagine him effortlessly thinking of that while playing Super Mega Baseball and taking a drag from a cigarette between sips of his drink and bitching about the opposing team's left fielder. You haven't caught a Brad stream in a while, have you? He doesn't smoke anymore. And he's also, due to some of my own input, kind of rage quit Super Mega Baseball. Because that game is fucking bullshit. That game is I think all sports games have this problem, where the AI gets very unfair. And it was just starting to get just bad. Like, it was just being so mean, and it was just... I could tell he wasn't having a good time, and I was like, you just need to drop this for a little while. And I miss it. Don't tell him I said that. I miss watching Super Mega Baseball, because he makes it very entertaining. But also, fuck that game, it's really mean. So he's been taking a break for a while. I think he still smokes on occasion, but it's like... I think it's very rare. I do think he's been trying to, like, cut back. But yeah, I support fully. I support anybody quitting something like that.
Nice on.
I'm not the type to, like, get on people's cases about it, especially if they're adults, because, like... I used to always do that, and I realized how fucking annoying that probably was. To tell a full-grown adult, you know those will kill you. Of course they fucking know that. They're an adult. Like, of course they know that. You don't need me to tell you that shit. Like, you know what you're doing. But I will always, if someone's like, I should quit, I'm gonna be like, yeah, you should. I support that. I support this decision. Yeah, that's something about water and grass, I think, is that they're very versatile. Since they don't have a lot of weaknesses, you can pair them up with other types and cover up those weaknesses entirely. Fire might have that edge, too, but... That's why I thought...
Nice birdie.
Electrode was a bad move. They added grass and that just gives him 5 new weaknesses and it doesn't do anything else. He's still weak to ground.
Nice birdie.
And 5 other things now. Fire, ice, bug, poison. Flying. Like, he's just weak to all of it now. It's like, that's a lot of fucking weaknesses. Now, sure... He's fast, so that might kind of make up for it. We're definitely gonna stop after this one. My throat's getting really tired. You can probably hear it. I feel like I sound tired.
Ready?
When is Sea of Stars coming out? Mike, do we know? Also, have you played The Messenger? You should play The Messenger. What, did you think we were gonna get through one stream without that coming up? It probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for the fact that I just saw some stuff about Sea of Stars the other day. I saw that they brought on the, Streets of Rage composer for some of the soundtrack, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
No. That's Mina the Hollower. I think I mixed those up. I think I got that wrong. Let me retract that, like, backspace, 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 backspace. I think that was Mina the Hollower, not Sea of Stars.
Nice shot.
Does grass remove the ground weakness? Then why does poison cause them to just fucking die to it?
Nice on.
That's garbage. Sometimes I feel like the type advantage might actually be too fucking strong. Especially in Legends, where everything does 1 billion damage. You can run into a Pokemon 20 levels lower than you that doesn't even have the same type advantage. And they just sneeze, and you're weak to water, and you're like, oh, I'm dead. Might be the one thing I really don't like about that game. Everything does so much damage. And I don't feel like that works in your advantage. If you go up against something that's 20 levels higher than you, you're not like, oh, I can still take this. You still just get murdered. It's just lose-lose. No official release. It's probably this year, though, if I had to guess. It still makes ground hit neutral, which is, like, for the same reason as grass poison. It's still bad. It's less bad, I guess, because Earthquake isn't in Legends. So you don't have to worry about things just earthquaking you fucking constantly, but you're still trading one weakness for 4 weaknesses, which is still bad. That's a bad trade. At what cost? So he can use Energy Ball? Who cares?
Nice birdie.
That's why I talked myself out of bringing that one onto the team, like, really quickly. Because it's like, he just seems bad.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
What do you do? I hate everything. It just hurts. It just hurts. What happened to the Wiggler at the beginning of the stream that was just popping off and doing all sorts of crazy bullshit?
Nice par.
Like, what happened? Yeah, and all of those weaknesses are, like, kind of a big deal now. This isn't Generation 4 where the strongest bug move is fucking Leech Life. You have, like, X-Scissor and Bug Buzz to worry about now. And Cross Poison. And Poison Jab. Flamethrower and Ice Beam have always been a problem. I wouldn't say it's just those weaknesses. Like, that's pretty severe.
Nice shot.
Aw, man. I just don't have the juice to make that shot. Oh well. Yeah, normal types are bullshit. I'm not a fan. I always looked at normal types as being like the neutral type for when something doesn't fall into any other category. But then you have weird shit like normal ghost and normal grass. It's like, well, then what the fuck is a normal type? Why is every single... There's probably a couple of exceptions before somebody with encyclopedic Pokemon knowledge is like, you forgot the 3 flying types that aren't... Shut up. Why is, like, every single bird Pokemon normal and flying? Shouldn't flying make them not a normal type? What's the benefit of that? That just neutralizes their fighting weakness. If they were a flying type, then they wouldn't have the weakness at all. That seems just like they're nerfing them for no particular reason. Yeah, I don't know why there's some weird, like, stigmas they do with typing, I feel like. That are like, I'd be curious to know why they originally decided to do them like that. Like, again, why are bird types just by default normal flying? Why is flying just permanently a secondary type? Are there any Pokemon that have flying as their primary type? I think they're all secondary. It's always normal flying, dragon flying, ghost flying, fire flying. Why? What was the decision on that? That tells me that flying might have been added later in development, maybe? In, like, the original draft, that flying was not a thing. But then they were like, well, we should do something so that things that are flying can't get hit with ground moves. And such, the flying type was born, but it was just tacked on to everything? He's the only pure flying. Are there any that have flying as their primary type, though? I don't know know if there's been a grass-electric type, but there's a good reason for that, because they suck. That's not a good type combination, I don't think.
Nice.
Now that I've seen it, I'm like, this is bad. And a lot of it is because of what we've been talking about for the past 30 minutes, that grass-type moves aren't necessarily compelling. So, being able to be like, oh yeah, I can use Energy Ball, like, who cares? Do you want to use Energy Ball? Because I kinda don't. You heard it here first. Mike will bully you.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Yeah, I mean, people have encyclopedic knowledge. It's just, I think that the Pokemon community has a bad habit of flaunting it when no one asked. There's, like, kind of a meme on Twitch of any askers in chat, which, what that basically means is, like, someone was going off about something and nobody asked. And I feel like that happens with Pokemon a lot. That's unfortunate.
Birdie.
Where I'll be like, does this thing evolve at 36 or 38? And then I look at chat and there's a paragraph about what types they are, what they're weak to, when they learn all of their moves. And I'm like, I asked one question. And it was like kind of a rhetorical question at that. To be fair, I'm gonna point this out because someone's thinking it. Fuck, did we all make the same shot?
Birdie.
I did hit that way too hard on second glance. That's unfortunate. To be fair, I don't think this is why playing Pokemon Legends did poorly for me. But I do have a bad habit of just, like, to use Mike terms, to bully the Pokemon community. Because I feel like they'll often overstep.
Nice par.
The thing is that people don't know that when YouTube recommends the stream to them. So, like, yes, that's a problem I have, but I don't think that's why nobody comes to the streams. Why would you do that? You got very lucky.
Nice par. Birdie. Nice par. Nice par. Ready?
Yeah, it's fine. That match me fine.
Nice shot.
And yeah, I don't know, I did this in... I don't remember what the factoid was, but there was something during a Wily Wars stream the other night where I was like, holy hell, I've run this game, like, countless times, and this is a fun fact I've never thought to share with everybody. My knowledge of Mega Man is so great that I actually forget some of it. So it's like, I get it, but it's like, I don't know. I've come to the realization that not everybody finds it fascinating when I'm just forcing all of that knowledge on people.
Nice shot.
I think if I went to a stream where somebody was playing Mega Man blind and just was like, hi, I'm a living Wikipedia article, I think for the most part people would be annoyed by that. You mean that? So really what you mean is I need to get off my ass and finish it, and then take the curtain down. And then, like, get some nice lights so that it looks good. I don't think I'd take the curtain down. What I always planned on doing was that I'd pull the curtain just to, like, here, and kind of have it like behind me, but it would still be open. It's just everything's a mess. The games are in place, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's just a random collection of shit. And you can really only see those 2 columns. It's 5 columns wide. That's a big-ass shelf. But you can really only see those 2 on stream. And then down there you can see all of my consoles piled that I haven't plugged back in because since I got my new desk. And then beneath that is just a bunch of random shit that I haven't figured out where to put yet. Anyway. But I assume you were being sarcastic when you said that. I do like the swag shelf appearance, though. I think it's very...
Nice shot.
Hey, come on in. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more cozy, if you will. That's why I don't like green screens.
Nice.
It's smoke and mirrors. What, you think I'm falling for it, that you're in the game? Like, fuck that. I'm okay with green screens. Just don't put yourself in front of game interface. That bothers the shit out of me. I follow a streamer on Twitch that has a green screen, but he puts, like, backgrounds from games behind him, and he's still in a little thing in the corner. I like that. I think that's neat. I'm not reading what you just said. No, it's not actually from IKEA.
Nice.
It's one of those modular, like, cube shelves. They typically sell them in, like, 6s. I bought, like, 3 of them, and then just kind of, like, combined them into one giant thing.
Nice.
But yeah, it's there. It's been there for a long time, actually. For as long as the curtain has been here, I think that's been back there. I've just been... I'm really lazy. It's not that I'm lazy, it's that my priorities are in other places. I haven't prioritized setting the shelf up. To be honest, some of that is because YouTube hasn't been doing very well lately. So I'm just kind of like, who cares? I'm not gonna stress out about it when, like, I feel like nobody gives a shit about it anyway. Beauty.
Nice.
This had to have been the last hole, right? These take so long. Yes, it is. Okay. Damn, 5 under? What the fuck? I killed it.
Birdie.
Oh, I got 1 point back out of the 8 I've lost tonight. I got 1 point back. Go me.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Alright, Wiggler, are you staying with the 2 under? You're just gonna take it? Alright.
Nice par.
He's like, hell yeah, I parred. Like, that's par for the course. No reason to change it. Perfectly parred, as all things should be, I guess. Is IKEA furniture that bad? I don't think I've ever gotten a piece of IKEA furniture. Bum 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 bum. Alright, as I said, oh my god, my voice is so tired. I think we're gonna call it quits there for the night. It was a nice, well-rounded 5 hours of streaming. I lost just so many points. It's just horrible. I hate it. Not a fan. I will go ahead and calculate all this shit real quick. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Put the controller aside. Let's see what I'm dealing with here. It's my calculator, dude. There it is. Well, I'm down to a 3 handicap for next time. That'll hurt a little less, I guess. Blues down to a +2. JMT's basically staying where he is. Wiggler's staying where he is. Theo cannot be calculated because one round is just not enough to calculate handicap. But Nino's up to three under as well. 3 is a little bit easier to deal with than 4. 4 is really punishing. At this point, I think... Well, for you and I, at least, I think we could just leave ourselves permanently at, like, 2 or 3 handicap. I think those are pretty comfortable. We seem to pretty consistently shoot around there. Okay, that looks good. So I think, like I said, that's gonna be it. I did not mean to do that. It's a nice solid 5 hours, which I think is comfortable. I often find myself thinking after 6 hours of this that I'm like, oh man, that was maybe a little too much. But I think 5 hours is comfy. And now I'm just gonna go fucking play Monster Hunter for like 10, so, you know. This is fine. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Like I said, I was worried that it came off as confrontational earlier. Hopefully it came off as funny, more funny than anything. But it was good to see so many people popping in tonight, especially after YouTube has been kind of rough for a while. I am going to be off tomorrow, and then we're going to bring Monster Hunter back on Sunday. Is the plan. We're going to get back to the Kimura Crash Course, which is the challenge I created for myself to start a new game file, pick a weapon I've never used before, learn that weapon, get to Magnamalo, and kill him. We have 2 weapons left, Heavy Bowgun and Gun Lance. Heavy Bowgun will be on Sunday. On Monday, we'll probably bring Pokemon back out, because I do still want to finish that. I don't know about Tuesday. Wednesday night I will be racing with Twain over on Twitch, though. We're going to do some Wily Wars runs. I don't know about Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I imagine I'll be going pretty hard, because I just found out recently that I'm going to have the place to myself that weekend. So I'm probably just going to stream like fucking crazy. I don't know if that's going to be on YouTube or Twitch or a mix of both. Then next weekend, we're going to do that remaining Crash Course, which will be for the Gun Lance. And then Monday will be 94 Robot Masters for the stream channel anniversary. After that, I don't know. I think we'll try and do Monster Hunter that week, though, like an actual multiplayer night. So not this next week, but the week after that. And then maybe we'll try and do another golf night. Because I did notice when I went back and looked and was like, okay, yeah, I have only played Pokemon for like a month. There were 2 things that we did that weren't Pokemon. Deep Rock and Mario Golf. And I noticed that Mario Golf did do pretty well. So I was like, okay, we should try and bring out Mario Golf again. And I pretty much always have fun playing it, so... It's just some weeks I tend to... Since the game's not getting updates already, I often find myself being like... I kind of want to focus on others. Like, other stuff is starting to get my attention, but... It is still a good time. So we'll probably... I'm not going to promise it, but I think we'll try to do it again in 2 weeks. I think that's the plan. As mentioned, for those of you that haven't been here in a while, I've started moving speedruns over to Twitch, so if you'd like to come check some of those out as well, would love to have you over there as well. I can either drop the link, or you can just go over to Twitch and search for Nintagious, and you'll be able to find it. I'll do both, because why not? On that note, though, I don't know when I'm going to be on Twitch again, because I think I'm capped out with Wily Wars. I don't think I can do much better, so I'm probably going to give it a rest and then pivot to another speedrun after that. But still, I've been starting to work on stuff over there, so it's still would be great to have everybody. All that aside, as I said, I'm going to get out of here and I'm going to make something to eat, and then I'm going to play some fucking Monster Hunter all night. It's probably what I'm going to do. I don't think I really have anything else I have to do tonight. I finished up a couple of art projects, so I'm kind of just free at the moment, and I can just kind of do whatever the fuck I want, which has led to I'm playing Monster Hunter. Which, nothing to complain about there. Alright, let's get out of here. So one last time, thank you everyone for hanging out. I'll see you guys on Sunday, perhaps, for Monster Hunter. Enjoy your weekends. I was gonna say that there's a chance I might stream on Twitch tomorrow, but I probably won't. Eno and I are probably gonna play Deep Rock instead. So I doubt I'll stream on Twitch tomorrow. So yeah, enjoy your weekends, and I will see you guys on Sunday.